Nigeria, the chairperson and board members of Shelter Afrique, and the managing director of Shelter Afrique, panelists, members of the press corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually standing here today, standing in for the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, my brother, Babatunde Raji Fashola, SANCON, who is attending the Federal Executive Council meeting today. As you are aware, he's, God willing, taking over at the AGM tomorrow as the chairman of the Bureau. So he extends his apologies. I'm pleased to warmly welcome our distinguished excellencies, delegates, and partners to another Shelter, an important activity of the 42nd Annual General Meeting of Shelter Afrique. I trust you had a restful night and have enjoyed your stay so far in Abuja and taken some time to explore the beautiful sights, the cuisine and entertainment that our purpose-built capital city of Abuja is endowed with. At this symposium, we'll be turning the light on a very pertinent and apt topic, the political economy of the built environment. By way of setting the stage for the presentations and discussions, I want to reiterate once again, as I did during the opening ceremony of the 42nd AGM on Monday, that the housing market dynamics in Africa cannot be understood without a comprehensive grasp of the political economy of the housing sector. Housing, as is well known, is the second most essential basic need of humankind after food. Its impact on the health, welfare, and output of man is profound. Most developed economies see the housing sector as an important sector for stimulating economic growth. The performance of the housing sector is also one of the yardsticks by which the health of a nation is measured. It is also seen as a prerequisite for achieving safe, inclusive, equitable, resilient, and sustainable cities as contained in the Global Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Housing impact contributes directly or indirectly to the implementation and realization of many of the SDGs. It directly supports SDG 8 on promoting decent work and economic growth, SDG 9 on advancing industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG 10 on reducing poverty, SDG 12 on achieving responsible consumption and production, SDG 16 on promoting peace, justice, and building strong institutions, and SDG 17 on strengthening partnerships. Housing impact also indirectly supports SDGs 2 and 4 of reducing hunger and providing quality education respectively, in addition to being an integral part of several of the remaining SDGs, 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11, and 13. Moreover, Agenda 2063 on the Africa We Want implementation plan for the 2013 and 2063. The first aspiration in the goals and priority area is for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Within the context of Agenda 2063, the implementation of the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement is a key component to effectively realizing the potentials of the affordable housing delivery and built environment industry in Nigeria and Africa at large. The theme, the political economy of the built environment, is particularly relevant for Nigeria when at this time the country is undergoing a political transition. It is vital that the housing sector continues to be geared towards achieving rapid growth and real sustainable transformation. The government recognizes the critical role of the housing and built environment industry in achieving social and economic development and is fully committed to its sustained growth. A number of measures are in place already and planned to be taken to ensure that the potentials of the sector are fully explored and upscaled, including through adopting modern, scalable, and sustainable practices in the industry. Yesterday, as pointed out at the Ministerial Roundtable, which addressed another important theme, the data question and harmonization of housing market data in sub-Saharan Africa. Some of the planned strategies include paying more attention to the housing data questions to be mostly addressed through the upcoming national census to be conducted this year was also highlighted. The government will also undertake a diagnostic assessment of the housing industry to comprehensively address gray areas and set an overall actionable and practical agenda for the housing and built environment. Government also recognizes the important role of the financial sector in the housing value chain, and measures to strengthen this role includes repositioning of the National Finance Framework for enhanced effectiveness. An approved Nigerian Economic Sustainable Plan, ESP, is in place and is intended to stimulate and diversify the economy, retain and create jobs, and extend more protections to the poor. It also has the commitment to deliver up to 300,000 homes on an annual basis. A National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 also aims to improve access to affordable housing in Nigeria and also enhance linkages between housing sector and the real estate contribution. All these and other emerging initiatives will be executed to improve the housing and built environment industry in a holistic manner in relation to the social, political, and economic context, and in line with the 2030 goal for sustainable development and the Africa Agenda 2063. In concluding, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I want to emphasize that the housing industry has great potentials and opportunities to be explored by the public, private, and other relevant stakeholders. I urge we explore all these strategies from our different perspectives in a bid to arrive at workable solutions. With these few remarks, I solicit your active participation and wish us a fruitful and engaging symposium. It's my pleasure now to hand over to the moderator, Dr. Gambo, whom you know is the head of the Center for Excellence of the Shelter Afrique, and he will guide this presentation and discussions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. At this juncture, before I call upon the keynote speaker, Professor Doyin Salami, a short bio profile of the keynote speaker. Professor Salami is an associate professor at Lagos Business School. He leads sessions in the economic environment of business. He was the academic director of the Global CEO Program. Mr. Salami had earlier been appointed as the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council constituted by President Muhammadu Buhari, which is tasked with the responsibility of advising the president on matters relating to economic growth, economic policy, and fiscal analysis. Professor Salami has a doctorate degree from King Mary College, University of London. His research interests cuts across corporate long-term financial management, macroeconomic policy, corporate competitiveness, and characteristics of small and medium-scale enterprises. He was a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the federal government's economic management team. He's also an executive director of the UK-based African Business Research Limited. I would like to call upon Professor Salami to deliver the keynote address.
Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, permit me, as I bid you a very good morning, and for those who are coming to Nigeria for the first time, a very warm welcome to Nigeria. Permit me to, shall I say, adopt the protocols that have already been established by the previous speaker, the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, what I have been asked to speak to this morning, the topic I've been asked to speak to this morning is the built environment and the 2030 SDGs and the Agenda 2063. But in the context of that, to concentrate on the role of the multi-sectoral stakeholders in the industry. There are probably three, four different dimensions to which I will speak. The first dimension, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is that dimension where I think we need to be careful. Typically, when we speak about the built environment, we have tended to concentrate on urbanization. Yes, I understand it, because after all, when you talk about the built environment, it's essentially about buildings in which human beings work, live, play. And much of that is in the urban area. But in my view, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, one of the first elements that tends to encourage non-inclusive growth on this continent is our focus on urban areas. We have typically tended to look at the rural areas for only two things: food and sometimes labor. But we have tended to do that without a fairly well-articulated understanding of other requirements in the non-urban areas, whether they are rural or semi-urban. And therefore for me, all right, sorry. I think so, all right. Okay. So as I was saying, for me, all right, well, I think for next time, you may need to tilt this like this, or else I'm backing this and I can't see it. This is blank, so forgive me. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, this is blank, so I can't see anything. And what I'm supposed to be controlling is behind me. So I'm either going to look on my side or this gets tilted. Anyway, forgive me. I am hopeful that you can hear and understand what I'm saying. If the slides don't sync, never mind, you know, life happens. So for me, as I was saying, the first challenge when we talk about SDGs, Africa 63 agenda, and in the context of the built environment, is that alternation between the built environment and urbanization. And that because of that, a fundamental challenge that we face continentally is that we have tended to ignore the rural, semi-urban areas in our discourse. And because of that, when whatever we do has not tended to be inclusive. So that's the first point to make. The second point, right, yes, well, if it works, yeah. Right, okay. So apparently my freedom of movement has now been restored. So I am allowed to stand sideways and look at the slides. Right, so as I was saying, well, I can only feel sorry for the guys here because there's nothing in front of them. May I suggest that, oh, well, you can see the pictures, but not the slides. May I suggest that, okay, finally. All right. So for me, there are a couple of things that I want to deal with. Yes, Africa is urbanizing very fast. That's fine. I will come to discuss that. So Africa is urbanizing very fast, and the details of that, as I say, I will come to in a minute. But what is also very important is to understand that the context of the built environment and its development in Africa especially, but I would argue globally, is going to be very difficult. Why? Because for the most part, on the continent of Africa, we have tended to depend on government as a prime mover for not just land, but also for buildings. And forgive me, as we are all experiencing across the continent and indeed globally, the fiscal space has become very tight. And it is not about to improve anytime soon. Again, I will discuss that in a minute. In other words, what I'm saying is that urbanizing fast, the context of development over the next certainly 2-3 years is going to be difficult. That leads me to the third point, which is what then should be the model? Because if African governments, especially the fiscal space, is constrained, what then must we do? And in my view, what we must do will depend on the answer to the following question. How do we see the built environment? Is it around the provision of utility, or is it around the provision of ownership? For me, the answer to that is a very, very important determinant of where we go from here. Because very simply put, it's as simple as this. If you are to enjoy the utility of an asset, you don't have to own it. You can pay to enjoy the utility. That's typically called rent. If you, however, must own it, then you're going to have to buy it. And that's where ownership becomes an issue. Of course, there's a difference in cost. Anybody who's done the most basic of economics will understand that whole idea about breaking bulk. In other words, instead of having to put a bulk of money, you put gentle payments over a period of time. Now, that is a third level where we can get utility and aspire towards ownership. But irrespective of the answer to that question, what is also clear to me about the model going forward is a model where the government will necessarily have to take a backseat, play more of a regulatory role, play more of a catalytic role, and partner with private interests, irrespective of where they come from, whether they are wealth holders on the continent or whether they are wealth holders from outside the continent, provided the goal is clear about the provision of a built environment, largely the provision of homes that satisfy the African yearning for housing. Let me come back. Remember my point here. Nigeria today, we're talking of 53% urbanization. The rate at which Nigeria's urbanization is growing is estimated at about 4.3%. By the way, one of the things that's important to me here is almost all the data here are estimates. And therefore, the first challenge around the built environment meeting the SDGs and the AU 63 agenda is the absence of data. Timely, broad in scope, and frequent. Whatever you cannot measure, you cannot manage. Forgive me, as of today, we estimate Nigeria's population, and I have seen figures that cover a wide spectrum. And so for me, the first challenge is, having already said we tend to conflate urbanization and the built environment and ignore the rural areas. The next thing is we say this is how urbanization is growing, but it's all based on estimates. But what is clear is that, yes, urban development is very, very rapid. All you have to do in Nigeria is go to Lagos, and it shows you can look at the pictures in the 1960s and look at the pictures now. And one of the key challenges of that rapid growth is the appearance of large levels of slums. In other words, sub-quality accommodation and living environments. So for me, part of the challenge is the absence of data has translated into the creation of slums because we have not prepared the cities into which people are moving to really accommodate them. So that's a challenge that we need to bear in mind. The second challenge that we need to bear in mind, and which I had raised the third challenge that we need to bear in mind, remember I've already said we shouldn't conflate and take the rural areas as part of this. We need adequate data in order to be able to appreciate the scale of the challenge. The third element that, in my view, we need to think about, ladies and gentlemen, is the environment in which development is going to take place over the next 2 to 3 years. No matter how you look at the numbers are very worrying. Africa in 2023, the World Bank estimates, will grow at 3.4%. That's exactly the same number as the estimate for 2022. But when you look at the average between 2023, 2024, it's again about 3.4% in total. But when you consider where we were in 2021 and look at that, so the 2 years, 2021, 2022, the 2 years, 2023, 2024, Africa's growth would have slowed down from about 5.1% to about 3.4%. So in other words, whatever we are thinking of doing is going to be done in the context of a slowing continental economy. That's the first point in defining the environment, the context, the economic context. The second point in defining this economic context is the point I made earlier about the limited fiscal capacity of government. It doesn't matter which of the countries of Africa from which you come, we are all stressed. The levels of stress may be different, but at the heart of it, we are all stressed. What's the cause of the stress? Over the last couple of years, especially since 2020, we have built up collectively large amounts of debt. As global inflation has risen, the world is now experiencing rising interest rates. Rising interest rates, of course, translates to higher debt payments. Higher debt payments as a proportion of revenue in a slowing economic context simply means what we expect the government to be able to do by way of resources will be limited. And guess what? It's areas such as housing, education, health, that the cuts tend to be easiest. And so what am I saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have a challenge. We need to improve the built environment. The economic context is slowing. The fiscal context is worsening. The resources that will be available from the government sector will be more limited. The last time I checked, globally, there was an estimated $19 trillion invested in negative yield assets. I think this was at the beginning of 2020. 19 trillion US dollars invested in negative yield assets. What does that mean and why is it significant? Negative yield assets are assets where you put $100 in, and from the day you put your money in, you are assured you are taking money, you are taking less back. And so if $19 trillion is in that kind of investment, are we saying that on this continent, we cannot build models that enable such funding that may be available to become attractive here? Well, my sense is we can. But before I come to that, I have spoken about the economic context. The second context that I think is important to draw your attention to, especially in the context of current global discussion, is the greening of the global economy. Please note, the Africa Development Bank, yes, the AFDB, estimates that Africa could experience as much as a 15% decline in GDP by 2050 if we are unable to respond, to adapt, to mitigate effectively to the impact of climate change. It's no longer about whether Africa is responsible for 3% of climate emissions, of carbon emissions. It's now about Africa feeling the impact of what emissions happen elsewhere. Floods, droughts, all sorts of nature-related events are creating challenges for Africa. So that's another dimension that we really have to pay attention to. And of course, what that means is that in the context of housing, we, with limited resources, must also now think more innovatively about what to do with building technologies. Having said all of that, in my view, any which way you look at it, housing improvements in that sector, improvements in the housing sector, enable us to, as the Honorable Minister had said, improve our ability to achieve both the AU 63 and the SDGs. As he has listed about 10 of the SDGs are directly or indirectly related or can be affected by housing. Certainly 2 or 3 of the AU 63 agenda will be affected by housing. So the question then becomes, in the context of what I have said, a slowing continental economy, not recession, slowing, a tighter fiscal environment for government, what then should the housing model be? In my view, the housing model has to take a number of views into perspective. At the heart of it, as I am now going to argue, is that the first major perspective to be determined has to be, what is housing, or how do we want to provide housing? Should it be, in the first instance, as meeting a need, a utility? In other words, enabling us to move away from homelessness? Or should it be enabling ownership? There's a fundamental challenge that arises with the answer. No matter how you look at it, on average, on the African continent, housing is 55 times the size of average income. Let me repeat that. Housing costs, as in price of houses, is 55 times the average income. And so, for me, that already rules out a large swathe of our people. And therefore, in my view, the first challenge is, how can we provide affordable housing as a utility, as opposed to as an ownership asset? Too many of our governments, in my view, have spent a lot of time and a lot of resources building houses for sale. As I was arguing last week to an entity in Nigeria called the Family Homes Fund, I had the opportunity of addressing their board. As I told them, the Family Homes Fund will have to play across all segments from premium to affordable. Why? Because at the premium levels, it can make a profit. and devote that profit to the provision of housing at the affordable housing levels. Failure to do that in the context of government's inadequate resources means that that bottom of the pyramid, if you classify any population into 5, I would argue that the bottom 2 will be excluded if we don't evolve models that enable premium middle-class housing to be built, sold, and the profits therefrom to be channeled by organizations into affordable housing. Why? Because as I said, at the base, it's not going to be about ownership, it's simply going to be about rent. At the base, we may, at the higher levels of the base, be able to create rent to own, but that's lower middle class. But in terms of the very bottom of the pyramid, forgive me, it's going to be about rent. However, there's one other thing that I learned many years ago as an economist. If you're going to service the bottom, one of the easiest ways of getting resources is to ask, what will people at the top be willing to pay for that is consumed at the bottom? So think about this. Why is it that we're unwilling to build houses that can be bought as assets by the middle class, where they will not live, but they are happy to rent it to the bottom of the pyramid? Because don't forget, the way housing works is simple. Somebody's got to put money down to construct. That person has to be taken out to do the next building. And so at some point, we are going to have to think through very carefully, how do we balance the utility with the asset ownership imperative? In my view, the balance has for too long and in too many countries skewed in favor of ownership as opposed to utility. Having said that, there are a couple of other things that must be thought about. Land reform, access to land. Too many countries have what I can only describe as dead capital, where people have land but have no title. Why? Because the cost of title is very expensive. I'm a government officer. I bought land in 2017 in a state in Nigeria. I have spent, in order to process title, more than 50% of the cost of the land to pay for title. I'm not talking jokingly. I took the title journey myself. It took me almost 1.5 years. And I was shocked to discover that that is not unusual. And even more shocking is talking to colleagues on the subcontinent that, well, we all face the same issues. So the issues around land reform, titles in particular, becomes very, very important. It's also very important, especially for the built environment, to be clear about planning. I was saying to a friend a few days ago that I've been to a number of African countries, and Nigeria included, where a major expressway and residential houses open onto a major expressway. In most other countries that I have been, you must come off the expressway, minimum 1 kilometer, and then roads. Why do I draw attention to this? It creates traffic conditions and makes living conditions very difficult. And so for me, planning, but the adherence to plans becomes important. And of course, it's important for laws to be changed to ensure foreclosure. This is business. Every time we talk about the role of finance, at the heart of finance, not everybody is going to get a mortgage, and we should not be aiming that everybody should get a mortgage. But there should be a mortgage industry that is viable and that is vibrant. It's also important in the next 40, 50 years, between now and about 2060, 2065, the world is going to spend north of 100 trillion US dollars to meet climate change obligations. The question is, how much of that will come to Africa? To what extent will Africa be able to issue and access funds through green bonds. Because without taking advantage of cash that is flowing around, we will suffer. And then, of course, as I said, communities are important. And it's not clear to me that we have honestly fully recognized the role of communities, how to build them and how to sustain them. Communal effort, in my view, becomes a very, very important dimension. Ladies and gentlemen, where I'd like to end, my colleague, the Honorable Minister, has already spoken about what is happening in Nigeria and some of the issues that some of the initiatives that are in place and some of the issues. So I'm not going to worry myself here. But I will say in closing the following. Whether we like it or not, the built environment is an imperative. The housing component of it is probably the most important dimension, given the primacy of housing as a human need. It's also important to understand that the role that government can play over the next 2 to 3 years is going to diminish simply because of constraints to resources. In that context, therefore, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, Africa has to begin to think through what models bring private capital to the table. In the absence of private capital, it is unlikely we will make progress. Without data, private capital is not coming to the table. Without collaboration, without a sense of regulatory certainty, private capital is not going to come to the table. In my view, whether we like it or not, at the heart of the deliberations on policy must be the answer to the question, do we face housing as a utility first, or do we face housing as an asset? In my view, for most Africans, housing as an asset is probably beyond their means. Housing as a utility can be made to come within their means. But if we make the wrong choice, the African economies will not be inclusive and will not grow as quickly as we need them to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Salemi, for the insightful presentation. Before we open the floor for question and answers, there are a few questions I've received online. A very pertinent one is relating to enhancing South-South cooperation. The question goes on like this: how can South-South cooperation be further enhanced in terms of knowledge sharing for the benefit of achieving the SDGs in relation to the built environment industry in Africa? We've had instances of achievements across the African continent in terms of land reforms, in terms of efforts within the Nigerian context relating to climate change, enhancing the laws. But how can other countries within the African region can be able to learn from each other? How can we be able to talk to each other? How can we be able to learn from progresses and also lessons learned? Yeah, over to you, Professor.
Well, thank you very much. I think Africa is on the cusp of creating a customs union. That customs union, the AfCFTA, will, if it is going to succeed, require continuous collaboration and interaction. Indeed, just before we came, my Honorable Minister of State and the chairman of Shelter Afrique, we were just talking about the need to connect African economies, especially African capital cities, by air. And so for me, when you talk about collaboration, it's to create platforms through which knowledge can be shared, through which experience can be shared. I see no reason why across the continent we cannot identify successful projects and to study them. I see no reason why, whether it's our universities, our institutions of learning, whether it's our policy making, at various levels, we need to be able to collaborate. But in order for collaboration to be meaningful, we need to be able to standardize and actually agree on what it is exactly that we're trying to achieve. Currently, most of the standards to which we subscribe are, forgive my language, they are not standards that are determined by us, nor are they even standards that we have sought to domesticate. And so there are quite a number of issues that arise in terms of African collaboration. But I think the time has come for platforms to be created that enable knowledge sharing, that enable cross-fertilization of not only knowledge, but also of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to open the floor for questions. The next 10 minutes, then we can proceed for the tea break. Questions from the floor?
My name is Bisi Sonda. I'm a director of Shelter Afrique. And I thank Salami for the very insightful presentation. Despite the time, I think it has brought up a lot of issues, which we probably don't have enough time to discuss. But I just want to ask him a question, and I hope I'm not going to put him on the spot. Most of African economies are primary commodity producers. Manufacturing is very low and low in value add. So essentially, their inflation is not demand driven. It is cost driven. And so it comes across as ridiculous for the monetary policy authorities to always follow in sync with US and other industrialized economies when they are using interest rate to control inflation. In Nigeria, how much of consumer credit do we have? Very, very limited. So if you hype interest, it doesn't affect demand. It essentially pushes up the cost and further worsen the inflation situation. So my question, 2 dimensions. Across the sub-Saharan African, why is it that the economies are just playing the ostrich? But more critical and affecting our own gathering is that there is nowhere in the world that you have double-digit interest rate, monetary policy rate, supporting any mortgage industry. So are we sincere in our commitment to solving the housing problem, given this ridiculous monetary policy rate, which are double-digit across most of the sub-Saharan African countries? Who is going to borrow money and pay at 10% and above, and is sustainable? Thank you.
Well, when you're an economist and when you're in government, you must expect to be questioned about policy. But I think it is important to provide some context. I will come to directly answering your question. One of the things that Africa has done in the last 30 years is to globalize itself. and it's important to understand that, is to become more integrated into the global economy. That integration makes capital fungible, movable, and therefore, to argue that, well, the industrial powers whose transmission mechanism and for which the impact of interest rates on demand is more meaningful are raising interest rates, and why should we, would ignore one issue, which is that as long as capital can flow, it will flow to wherever the two things happen: safety and returns. Let me repeat that: safety and returns. And so, as global interest rates rise, and given the consideration of our economies as being relatively risky, the rates we are obliged to pay go higher. So that's the first point to make. The second point, so the first thing I'm saying is, as we have become more plugged into the global economy, we have to be asking questions. What benefits are we deriving? What disadvantages may we be suffering? And what is the balance? Because there's no point saying, oh, because interest rates are high and therefore we are disadvantaged there, there is absolutely no advantage anywhere else. So that's the first point that I crave the indulgence of this House to make. As to the second point, and it is this, because I said, oh, we have become more integrated. Why have we become more integrated? We have become more integrated because we are capital constrained. And why are we capital constrained? Part of it is that, forgive me, I didn't quite catch your name at the beginning. So, okay, Mr. Sonda. As Mr. Sonda has said, is that, oh, we are commodity producers and exporters. Now, guess what? That is one of the reasons why we are capital constrained. Why? Because what we export does not attract premium value. Whereas what we import, we pay, for that processing. Anybody looks at it, you don't need to be a genius. Just look at the value chain. We are at the primary commodity end. They are at the finished goods end. And the finished goods end is where the higher value is. I remember many years ago, many years ago, O-level economics, a teacher of ours then said, the closer you are to the farmer, the poorer you are. Now, I didn't understand it then. I was a secondary school a student then. OA Teriba economics. Anybody who studied economics in Nigeria will know that book. The gentleman came into class and said, the closer you are to the farmer, the poorer you are. Then how old was I? 15? Which one was my own? Today, it's my own. Because as long as we stay at that end of the value chain, our assets are undervalued. The returns we get from them do not yield us the kind of capital that we need for our development. And so part of the challenge, where people like me say, is that Africa's road out lies in building an agro-industrial complex. How is this going to be funded? Something is happening globally today that Africa must take advantage of. If you look at the numbers, the rate of growth of global exports is still rising, but it is lower than the rate of growth of foreign direct investment. Why? Because we are now beginning to see a trend that is replacing global supply chains with regional supply chains. And unless Africa positions itself meaningfully, to be the recipient of these direct investment that will enable us process. Africa positions itself to assure its own wealth holders that investing in Africa is much more successful than taking their monies to safety outside, then we will not make progress. Then the kind of policy challenges that you have highlighted will continue. If you're capital constrained, what do you do? What have we done so far? We have tended to borrow. The borrowing at interest rates that are now rising means, as I said earlier, the fiscal space becomes compressed. And so the way around it is that we have, forgive me, in the last 50, 60 years, not really made progress. Let me give you an example, and I will end the answer to your question there. In 1990, we're in 2023, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, 2023, 33 years. In 1990, Nigeria's income per head was higher than China's. Whilst China was, I think, about 368 or thereabout, Nigeria's was in excess of $500. Today, China is north of $12,000 per head with 5 times Nigeria's population. Nigeria has moved from where it was to about $2,000 per head. Now, these are the fundamental questions that we need to ask and answer. What did we do in that period of time that meant whilst they were going this way, we were at best flatlining? Because unless we answer those questions, we will remain in a place where we say, oh, we have all the minerals in the world. But if the world, for whatever reason, values the minerals poorer than the finished products, then what does that mean? It means necessarily we are at a disadvantage. And so for me, fundamentally, that is the answer to your question. Africa has not taken advantage of some of the impulses that have happened and propelled global movements. And for as long as that is the case, forgive me, the constraints that have become binding will remain. I hope that provides some insight into your question, sir.
Thank you, Professor Salavi. But
I know it's not what we want to hear, but forgive me, I'm an economist.
So 2 more questions from the floor.
Good morning. Yeah.
Please do your name and also designation as you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Akinwumi, CEO, Financing and Partnership Africa, immediate principal private sector specialist for the Nigerian Country Office of African Development Bank. Thank you, Prof, for that exciting submission and delivery. My question is based on the issue you mentioned, which is also an area I've been emphasizing in the country, the issue of social policy about housing. In Canada and some other parts of the world, the social policy is that every resident or every citizen of that country must live in a decent shelter. Live, not necessarily own. So my question is, when are we, especially in Nigeria, depart from the hypocritical policy of saying that every Nigerian must own a home? When are we going to depart in Nigeria, for instance, from the hypocritical policy
of claiming that every Nigerian must own a house. And that informed why poor people are being deprived of their income in the name of NHF. A guy that's earning 30,000 naira a month, and you are dipping hand into his pocket every month and taking some portion away and locking it up to one institution where they use some of this money to buy new cars to drive. I'm saying with authority. Why don't we incorporate that policy of making Nigerians to live in decent shelter, meaning that so as much as we are putting resources and attention into home ownership, we are also encouraging people to build to rent, that you have said. There are a lot of us sitting here. You rather lock up your money in some other financial instrument than to lease and release them to building houses which you don't live, but made available to poor people to rent at affordable homes. In Abuja here, it is not a secret that you have a lot of mansions sitting everywhere. No one is living there except rodent, perhaps. And what do they say commonly? They will say those houses don't eat. Prof, do you know the meaning of those houses don't eat? It doesn't cost them anything to keep those houses idle for life. Because in Nigeria, people don't pay property taxes. You cannot be in Canada and say your house doesn't eat. It's eating in Canada because ordinary piece of land that you refuse to develop, you are paying property taxes on it. So you cannot say it doesn't eat. But in Nigeria, it doesn't eat. So we need to put attention on that. I don't know how many people in the houses, public housing sector, including the Ministry of Housing, are here this morning now. Sometimes you are talking to the wrong crowd, the wrong guests. They don't have time to attend this kind of event. If it is burial ceremony somewhere very far away, they will have time to go there. But for this kind of event, they will not be available. So that's my point I want to raise here. So that when we come here next year or another year, we're not going to be talking about another thing. Secondly, coming about best practices. Best practices do exist in every part of this continent, even including Nigeria. But what are we doing to learn from this best practice? Even Shelter Afrique, is Shelter Afrique learning from the best practices around the world? We have a situation where you have a developer that have 200 units to construct with 90% of takers readily available. If you don't have enough property as collateral, the strength of those off-takers will not allow you to scale through approval process on one hand, or you have a property that is worth 12.4 billion naira and you have 50% off-takers. They can also insist that unless you have 100% off-takers, you are going nowhere. So these are the abnormalities that are not happening in other decent countries that we need to civilize countries. I don't call them developed countries, I call them civilized countries, which we need to imbibe. So how are we going to get there and move away from talking to action? Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. I think there are a couple of things that you have raised. I think my own position is pretty clear, that utility is different from ownership, and that we must commence with utility, in other words, rent. Perhaps, and I say with a large, question mark, perhaps, that Nigeria's colonial experience with the British is what probably drives the incentive to ownership as opposed to rent. When you look at Europe, France has a very different culture from the United Kingdom. For the French, rent is not a problem. In fact, that's where most people are to be found. So that's the first point. But now your question as to when will we depart? I am clear in my mind that Africa, the current challenges that Africa faces, especially fiscal challenges, will mean a need to rethink some of what we do and how we do them, and who does them. So what we do, how we do them, who does them. And so I'm probably more optimistic than you in saying that I think across the continent, we will see a lot more deployment of private capital in many areas that were hitherto largely government driven. The other point that you make, and which I think is very important, especially in the context of the political economy, you say houses don't eat because they don't pay rent, or sorry, they don't pay tenement rates, property taxes. Well, one of the things that is, in my view, again, we are going to think through across the continent, is who pays for politics? Who pays for politics? Most of us don't pay for politics. Those who pay for politics tend to also own the houses that don't eat. And so the likelihood that anybody is going to chase anybody for the enforcement of tenement rates, not quite sure. So for me, where I stand in my thinking today is that the economic challenges that Africa faces currently, and I expect will face over the next year or two, will hopefully encourage a revisit of models as to what government does, how it does it, when it does it, and in what direction or to what end does it do it. If that happens, then I think we would have moved towards your question of answering when do we depart from this policy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Salami. With this, we'd like to close the session. We're already short of time. Please let the conversation continue. All questions can be forwarded to the moderator. We'll have other sessions be lined up, cutting across various aspects of the built environment. At this juncture, please a round of applause to the keynote speaker, Professor Salami. And tea is being served for all attendants here. It's been served here for. Oh. Okay. Apologies. We have one more question. Yeah, from the minister. Proceed, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Charles Milupi. Want to stand up, I shall stand up. Sorry? Yeah, okay. I'm Charles Milupi. I'm a Cabinet Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development from Zambia. Professor, I thank you very much for your presentation. It was very insightful, and I thank you for your clarity of mind. I want to focus on rural areas. I think you started to make a case for those of our citizens who are in rural areas, who are mostly ignored by our economic setup. And you talked about, we use them mainly for growing our foods, and sometimes, your own words, for labor. So there is something that needs to be done about those who live in rural areas. But when you talked about the built environment, the need for housing, I think you are trying to make the case for utility rather than ownership, which is very well understood. But in terms of rural areas, I don't know about West Africa, I don't know about Nigeria, but certainly where I come from, in the SADC region, the people in rural areas tend to live on their own parcels of lands called villages. So I see a dichotomy here. How do you create a situation where you encourage utility rather than ownership in a rural environment where land is owned by the peasants, by the people there, who is going to build on the land so that they can then rent? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Well, I will speak directly from my own experience, so you will forgive me, if a bit tangential. I think it would be incorrect to say that in rural areas, rent does not exist. Housing for rent does not exist. That's not my own experience. Indeed, it's the same thing, well, fortunately, unfortunately, in terms of the economics of it. Those who have the wealth are those who will build. It doesn't matter. In rural and urban areas, for me, the difference typically is not whether it's house or not. It's simply the kind, the quality, but let's park that. My experience is that you do have in rural areas two sets of dynamics that we need to understand exist in every economy. That there are those who are wealthy, whether it's by yams that they stock and sell, blah, 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 however they've accumulated their wealth. And so to that extent, the numbers, how much rent is paid, are much less than in urban areas, but that's a demand-supply balance. And so for me, I'm struggling, with the Honorable Minister's contention, assuming my appreciation of his contention, which is that, in rural areas, the rental economy does not exist. If I am right, if my interpretation of the Honorable Minister's comment is that, then forgive me, sir, I am not familiar with that. What I am familiar with is it does not matter. As long as there is an economy, there will be people who are wealthy, who can afford their own house. There will be people who are not and cannot afford to build their own house, whether they live in rural or urban areas. What you will then get in any economy is those who can afford it will build where there is a demand for those who can rent it. The key challenge has then got to be to start asking questions about understanding the dynamics of rural housing as opposed to urban housing. And therein lies my first point this morning. The absence of timely data that enables us properly describe contexts and understand evolving dynamics. With the right data, we would understand this discussion between you and I, or my answer to your question, would probably not, first of all, say, well, I think there is a rural rental economy, and not all accommodation housing in rural areas is ownership. In fact, I am willing, as a basics of economics, simply to trade that no, you will find how large it is, we don't know. Even in urban areas, we don't know. We assume that we know. Why? Because we know that most people cannot afford their houses. Remember what I said in my presentation. Housing on average in Africa is 55 times in cost the average income. Forgive me, even in rural areas, that gap, it may not be 55 times, but that gap exists. And that gap means not everybody in rural areas can afford to build. They must necessarily rent, whether they are renting mud houses. If you look at a lot of our African films, when they portray rural areas, it's always mud houses with goats running through them and coming out the other side. But what those mud houses include are rooms in which people live. What we don't know, we don't have the data, is what is the dynamics. And until and unless we have that, we will spend our time on distractive or not being able to focus immediately on what needs to be done. So, Honorable Minister, forgive me, but my sense is in urban, in peri-urban or semi-urban, in urban areas, there are owners, there are tenants. It's only a matter of scale and resource size. So the question that governments have to face is what are the incentive dynamics in urban areas and what are the incentive dynamics in rural areas? But because we tend to avert our eyes to rural areas, we come to the table on the back of assumptions that I argue probably do not exist. I hope, sir, that provides some context to think about. I don't think we agree, but I am quite happy to disagree.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, there's a lady. Yes. The last question, the lady. Yes, please.
How many last questions?
One more. Yeah,
This is the final last question.
Exactly. And
So
this
is
for
the final question.
Exactly.
That one was the last
yes,
one.
she's raising a hand. The lady. Yes.
Can they pass the microphone? Well, the microphone, please. Media.
Thank you very much. The moderator is not gender sensitive. And I'm here to speak as a woman. And my name is Oten Eyo Ita. I am Redan Beauty. I've been in Redan for nothing less than 12 years. I went to Italian Summit on Housing in Napoli, and they talked about so many things, interventions that other countries are doing for their people. Please, I'd like to ask one question. Where is the intervention fund? I'm talking about Nigeria at this time. I'm not talking about other global intervention. And later on, as we went on, there was something they called the IDP. Our president, they used to give us money to buy, roll back malaria, they will buy drugs, they cannot account for it. The president said they should use that money and build houses. But because there's no point of giving people drugs and they sleep outside. That money came in as IDP fund. We have not heard about it after that, till now. There was another intervention. The president insisted, I think our president really tried for housing, that there must be 100 houses per local government, 774 local government in Nigeria. I don't know how many we have built. In my state, I was a chairman of Redan in my state. And they said, facility, we have to provide this. We provided land, we provided the papers, we spent so much money, millions. And now we are not hearing about that money again. The money went to family home fund. What's happening? What are you going to do with us? Because you have to pay us the money we use in providing those things. It's part of the consultancy fee. They have to pay. because they put up to it. Because of time, I want to only ask, we are talking about interest rate. What are we going to do about interest rates? Are we still going to ask? We are not up to that. We are not. What are we going to do? What's the government doing to change that position? How are we going to build our agro industry to the point that we start adding value and start exporting? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. At last, my name is Dr. Lucia Mkandla from Zimbabwe. I want to follow on my brother, the CEO of ADB's comment, and also on the professor's insightful presentation. I think the whole aspect of us coming together is to encourage ourselves to think globally and then act locally. I'm sure you agree with me. But from my point of view, I seem to observe a misnomer where we continue to focus as Africa on spatial development, spatial planning and development, as opposed to adopting a high-rise approach, which in my view is more economical and save land for future generations. Because if we go high-rise, there would be less demand for land, and those who cannot access land will be able to own accommodation. And I think this forces us to implore on our governments to sort of make some adjustments to policy so that we don't have a lot of idle mansions or unutilized land or land which is not adequately utilized. Let me take this opportunity now that I've had the chance for a mic. Yesterday, there were a number of presentations which we could not respond to in the interest of time. While institutions like Shelter Afrique will be having funding, our major concern is the lead time when people or institutions apply for such funding. We run the risk of investor fatigue. So I think the processes have to be expedited so that as Africa, we move with time. Thank you.
Je vous remercie. Je ne sais pas si le professeur peut porter son casque parce que je m'exprime en français. Je me nomme Marc Ouedraogo, je suis le secrétaire général du ministère en charge de l'urbanisme de Burkina Faso. Et je voudrais dire, j'ai suivi avec intérêt la présentation du professeur. Et il y a un aspect qui a retenu particulièrement mon attention, à savoir la nécessité d'adresser le segment de la location dans la politique du logement. Je suis bien d'accord avec cette idée. De mon point de vue, une bonne politique de logement doit effectivement prendre en compte le niveau de la vente directe, la location-vente, mais aussi la location simple, parce que ce que nous appelons logement social dans nos différents pays, malgré que c'est appuyé par l'État ou l'autorité publique, ça reste inaccessible au plus grand nombre. Mais je veux insister pour dire que c'est fondamental de préciser qu'il doit s'agir d'un segment de locatif public. Parce que si nous restons sur le segment de locatif privé, ça restera toujours inaccessible au plus grand nombre. Mais au-delà de la location, je pense que la plupart des politiques publiques en matière de logement dans nos pays y ont un grand segment qui est l'assistance à l'autoconstruction. Vous voyez, si on prend les statistiques, on va se rendre compte que le parc de logement est constitué dans sa plus grande part par de l'autoconstruction, c'est-à-dire les populations qui construisent elles-mêmes leur propre logement. Donc, si vous prenez le logement aidé ou le logement social, l'État intervient très souvent à plus de 30% en termes d'appui. Alors qu'il y a cette catégorie-là qui a juste besoin, qui dispose du terrain et qui a juste besoin d'un appui public à hauteur peut-être de 10% seulement et qui pourraient avoir leur propre logement décent. Donc, ce serait bien, par exemple, d'intégrer cela dans les différentes politiques en termes de politique du logement, de sorte à ce que ça peut consister, par exemple, à la mise en place, disponibilisation de plans types de logement et la formation des main-d'œuvre pour assister cette grande catégorie-là et également la facilitation dans une certaine mesure de l'accès au crédit. Voilà ce que je voulais faire comme apport aux échanges. Je vous remercie.
I have one more question, maybe for Professor to answer them all. Last. Thank you. My name is Princess Namganza Passis, a Minister of State for Lands, Housing and Urban Development from Uganda. Professor, my question is simple. I appreciate all the factors you've talked about, and what keeps ringing into my mind is that Africa, we know the problems, we even know the solutions. We have people like you, the professors, very intelligent. You know what to do. You know where we are likely to go in case we don't do ABCD. And the other factors that they use to highlight, you know, for us when we are in school, that Africa is associated with low levels of technology, low levels of what? Poverty, all those other factors which are common. I've seen our own children, Africans, rising up to be very intelligent, like yourself. They even go abroad to other countries and perform excellently. You find them in different fields, medicals, whatever, in different technologies. Now, my question, Professor, is what is the problem with Africa? What is it? I think when we answer that, we shall be able to move on, because there is nothing we don't know. We know the problems. We know the solutions. We can't do them home, but we can do better away from home. What is the problem with Africa? Maybe that's the question we want to answer.
Right. Let me crave the indulgence of the House to start by addressing the question of the last question posed by the Honorable Minister from Uganda. It's a very important question. I would actually argue it's, as she says, if we don't answer this, we may not be going forward. Many years ago, still then working as a university professor, I came to a conclusion, and forgive me, my years in government has not changed my view at all. If anything, it has reinforced my view. And that view is that we make too many assumptions. we assume, number one, that the government knows the problem. That's not always true. When it knows the problem, we assume it knows the solution. That's not also always true. When it knows the problem and knows the solution, we assume that it has the resources, including capacity, to deal with the problem. Again, that's not always true. But there's a fourth dimension. It knows the problem. It knows the solution. It has the capacity. The question then becomes, what are the vested interests that prevent what it knows as a problem, what it knows to be the solution, the resources that it has from being implemented? In my view, until we come to a position where the Commonwealth, all of us, are largely working in a not everybody, and I'm not being unrealistic here, anywhere in the world where power is involved. Power is only one thing. Forget anything else anybody tells you. It's about the allocation of resources. Who gets what? That's what power is about. And so until we understand and figure out systems that mean that the implementation or the utilization of power will, for the most part, be dedicated to improving things for the majority, then forgive me, the problem is not, as the Honorable Minister says, we go abroad and we do well. Yeah, it's an environmental issue. In economics, we always say counterfactuals are very difficult to construct. We have, after all, seen people who do well abroad come back home and do badly. And so for me, there are environmental challenges that we must address, whether it is in the way we enable people perform, whether it is in the incentives for good behavior, good performance, whether it is in the disincentives. So it's an interesting question, but you know what is ironic? It is the policymakers, like those of you sitting in front and those of us sitting on this stage, who must address it, but who at times suffer from those assumptions that I have articulated. So, Madam, the ball remains in our court. Now, as I said, the first question in this round of questioning eventually ended up with interest rates. Look, I think Mr. Sunda it was who had raised this interest rate question earlier. And I had made the point, I hope clearly, that for as long as the structure of our economies is the way it is, then, forgive me, we will face high interest rates. Look, and forgive me for doing this, please, I really crave your indulgence. Interest rates are driven by three things. One, the risk of asset erosion. What is the risk of asset erosion? Inflation. If you give me 100 naira and you come back in a year's time, I must give you what that 100 naira. So this is the typical argument. You give me 100 naira, I promise you 10%. In a year's time, I give you 110. The question is, will the 110 I'm giving you in a year's time, will it buy what it could have, what the 100 naira today could have bought? If it cannot, you've been cheated. Today, in many African countries, inflation is double digits. And so, the second dimension of interest rates is the demand and supply for lending. As you can imagine, the demand is higher than the supply. And of course, the final piece is the piece about who is the borrower standing in front of you. What is the risk of that borrower? And so, which is why the fight against inflation in contemporary economics becomes very important. Because you cannot say, if I use Nigeria as an example, inflation is 21% and interest rates should be 9%. It's unsustainable. Everybody will move their money elsewhere. That's the key problem. So, madam, forgive me that I cannot comment on your points about intervention, but there is one point that I would make. You raised an issue and said, well, the president promised that or instructed that 700 houses in each of the 774 local governments. If I remember correctly, I think this may well have been part of the economic sustainability plan. The challenge is a fiscal one. How do you fund it? Go and look, since about 2016, Nigeria's budget deficits have been growing. And I'm sure you know what that means. If your budget deficit is growing, you're borrowing to fund it. So your debts are growing higher. Nigeria's revenue to economic activity is roughly 8–9%. Now, how can we, on an 8–9–10% return of revenues to the government on total economic activity, expect the government to do road, do house, do school, do hospital, do airport? The list of our requirements and demands are large, but the revenue base with which to support it is relatively limited. Dr. Lucy, I think it was, who raised the point about, she raised 2 points. One was the lead time to accessing facilities from Shelter Afrique. I'm sure the people at Shelter Afrique will answer for that. But she raised the question about spatial, our concentration on spatial rather than on high rise. My view is very simple. It is for as long as land is available and relatively, and I use the word relatively cheap, then we will build. Over time, as the pressure on land becomes more and the land becomes unavailable, you must understand what high rises are. High rises are a way of sharing cost. All of us want to live in one particular nice area. We cannot, one, find enough land there. Two, the cost is high. So you put a high rise up. Over time, as populations rise, the demand for high rise will increase by itself. To say that you should start encouraging high rise now, for me, again, you're creating a new set of issues. I'm not unmindful of the eco-friendliness and the resource utilization constraints, but in my book, it's a matter of time. Whether the government should spend its money to encourage it by providing incentives, question is going to be, what kind of incentives? And by the way, once you start saying what kind of incentives, and now you are running into a new problem. Because one of the key challenges about the housing sector in Africa, in fact, globally, is sustainability. You should not put resources that don't come back and can be reused. Sustainability is not, let's do something today. We do it for this group of people, and then the next group of people will have run out of resources. The Honorable Minister from Burkina Faso raised a very particular question around the support for different housing categories that were at least very verbally strong on affordable housing. Everybody wants to do affordable housing. But that there is a segment which are essentially homeowners, but for whom support can be provided. Again, I personally have no problem. What I will suggest, though, is that as with any initiative, its sustainability needs to be reviewed. And one of the things that does come to my mind is that governments across Africa can look at property taxes to see to what extent can the resources garnered by property taxes be a base for providing support to self-builders. In other words, those who are building homes for themselves. Because why? If you're enabled through property taxes to build yours, and then you start paying into the property tax pool. And so for me, at the heart of the African housing conundrum is we initiate measures without reflecting on sustainability. Can we repeat this, continue this, even as demand rises? Everywhere in the world, only Africa has a population that is rising sharply. Indeed, one area that I didn't focus on, and this is where I close, is skills, labor. A lot of people make the point, oh, young Africans, talented Africans are leaving Africa and going elsewhere. Forgive me, that was only a matter of time. It was always going to happen. Why? Because the countries to which they go, wealthier, population dynamics changing, either aging population, slow growing population, and they would need a push for their life, for their outputs. So we were always going to be the providers of that push. What Africa must figure out are two things. First, can African educational institutions produce talent at a rate faster? By the way, let me rephrase. Can African educational institutions produce world-class talent at a rate that is faster than we are losing it? Secondly, does Africa think it necessary to provide a platform for Africans who have gone and are looking to return? If we resolve those two issues, young Africans going abroad is not, in my view, a great concern. In 1987, I was a PhD student in the United Kingdom. And one of my greatest, it was a startling observation because I went somewhere and suddenly discovered I was the only African in, it was an international students meeting, and I was the only African. Asians of all shapes and sizes. But you know what has happened? The Asians then are today the leaders of education, the leaders of science, the leaders of technology, the leaders of medicine, not just in Asia, in Europe, in America. If we are going to be part of the global innovation ecosystem, our young ones must be part of it. They must go. The challenge is, are we building educational institutions that provide us suitable replacements? But just as importantly, are we providing platforms that enable Africans in the diaspora who are looking to return to do so safely? For as long as we don't do either of those two, the skill gaps that we currently face will only worsen. Again, I thank you all for your time and for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Adedoyin Salami. I think we've all been your captive audience for the lecture, Political Economy in the Built Environment 001. Thank you so much. I think you've given so much, and there have been a lot of incisive questions and everything. So we thank you so much for your time. Now, please, we need to break, have a tea break for 10 minutes, and then we'll then come back to the panel discussion. Those who have questions should just write them up so that they could be answered during the other sessions. Now, housekeeping. For the delegates, your tea and coffee is in the foyer here. For the ministers and board members, it will be in the ministerial lounge upstairs. So once again, thank you all for active participation. Tea break. $10 minutes, 10 minutes. Thank you.
We should be back by 12:15.
By 12:15, please, so that we can continue.
Okay. Yeah, two. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, mic 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2.
Okay. Yeah, two.
More than 30 years experience under his belt. And although he first started off, on the straight ahead jazz thing, he's most famous for his own brand of smooth, yet very funky jazz fusion. And his compositions have been heard on various TV and film scores. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tom Scott and the LA Express with the title track from their latest CD. This is Smokin' Section on Jazz Central.
Yeah, we'd like to start the next panel session in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Be seated. We're about to start the next session. Please, would like to call upon the panelists to come to the venue. Professor Tybert Lawson, Mr. Chinua Azubike, Mr. Amadou Fiam, and Ms. Shadi Huge. Please, we're about to start the next session. Professor Lawson. So I would like to call upon Professor Tybert Lawson, a short bio profile of Professor Lawson. She is an urban planner and professor of urban management and governance at the University of Lagos, where she leads the Pro-Poor Development Research Cluster and serves as the co-director at the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development. Her research focuses on the interface of social complexities, urban realities, and the pursuit of spatial justice. She is well known for her intersectoral work, which engages students, policymakers, local communities, and civil societies. She currently serves as on the International Advisory Committee of UN Habitat flagship State of World Cities. She's also a member of the steering committee of the Future Earth's Urban Knowledge Action Network, the board of directors of the Lagos Studies Association, and the New South Institute. She's also a pioneer of the World Social Science Fellow of the International Science Council and the proud alumna of the Rockefeller Foundation Ledger Center. Yeah, welcome, Professor Tybert. We also have here on the floor, Mr. Chinua Azubike, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of InfraCredit. He is the pioneer CEO of the institution. Chinua's role involved the establishment of InfraCredit in 2017 on behalf of the sponsors, the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority and PIDG Guaranteco as his first employee. Over the past 5 years, Chinua has been responsible for leading InfraCredit in its pioneering role of connecting Nigeria's debt capital markets to long-term local currency infrastructure finance by using guarantees to mobilize domestic credit to the private sector from local pension funds, insurance companies, and other domestic institutional investors. Chinua is currently the chairperson of the Regulation Consolidation Subcommittee of the FMDQ Debt Capital Market Development Project. He is a protagonist of Harvard Business School case study on infrastructure in Nigeria, unlocking pension funds investment, published in 2018. He holds an MSc at the Finance and Financial Law at the University of London and studied at the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Mr. Azubike, you're welcome. We also have amongst our panelists, Mr. Amadou Thiam, who is the Director General of the Construction and Housing Unit at the Ministry of Housing, the Republic of Senegal, where he leads the team in charge of implementing the state's construction and housing policies, notably the promotion of social housing and the structuring of a construction ecosystem with the emergence of national champions in construction and the production of local materials. Mr. Thiam has studied at the École Polytechnique, Senegal, where he graduated in civil engineering. I also went to the École Nationale de Ponts de France in Paris. And also, he has more than 15 years experience in civil engineering, sustainable development, design, and management of public policies. Mr. Thiam, you're welcome. And also, amongst our panelists, we have Ms. Shadi Hughes, who is the country manager at Mixed Africa. Ms. Shadi is an architect by training with specialty in construction management, project management, infrastructure delivery, and construction financing. A brief background of Mixed Africa is an institution with presence across 8 countries in Africa, from Nigeria, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and Egypt. The institution is well known in terms of the housing delivery and retail across the continent. Panelists, you are welcome to the floor. So we'd like to proceed to the first presentation by Professor Tybert Lawson, who should give us an overview, an idea of realizing the opportunities and the potentials of urbanization amidst the realities of socioeconomic dynamics. So I've heard aspects relating to urbanization. I've had issues relating to how can we be able to take advantage of opportunities of urbanization, challenges relating to conflict-driven displacement. What are the opportunities that lies? So we hear from Professor, and we hope, just as the way the first session was interactive, hands-on, practical, and very engaging, lots of questions. We look forward to having another engaging session here. The more questions, the better. The more engagement, the better. So I'll hand it over to Professor. You have the floor.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and thank you to the colleagues at Shelter Afrique for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts about urbanization in Nigeria. Yes, so I'm going to speak about Nigeria and the urban turn, take us on a short walk of the trajectory of how we've gotten to where we are and what we can look forward to in the future, as well as some of the gaps that are inhibiting the opportunities that we have, the urbanization opportunities, and then a few reflections on a better urban future. So we are in an urban age in Nigeria. We reached the urban majority about 2015, according to the estimates. And we understand that the world has taken an urban turn. And what that means is that it is time for us to take advantage of the opportunities that cities and human settlements hold for economic growth, for development, for innovation, for prosperity. But what we also see is that the greatest threats of our time have a very strong urban footfall. In 2020, with COVID, we found that the highest incidence of casualties were in cities. The highest level of spread was in cities. And we also see that with climate change and some of the conflicts that our countries are experiencing, there is a very strong impact at the urban scale. And we know that cities and local governments play an important role in addressing these issues, as well as in planning for a more inclusive, resilient, and green future. Urban development in Nigeria, the population has grown exponentially. The last session, spoke about this, and we're currently close to 200 million, an estimated number. We're looking forward to the population census, where we'll actually know how many people there are in cities, in different places. What we also find is that urbanization in Nigeria has a face. And unfortunately, it's the urbanization of poverty, because people continue moving to urban areas in search of economic opportunities and in search of a better life. Perhaps because of the neglect of rural areas, particularly in areas of economic potential. But more importantly, because it is an African thing for the average able-bodied person on reaching the age of maturity, completion of secondary school, to look to the city for the next level. And so people will continue to move to our cities. We also have an urban infrastructure deficit. Lagos, the city I come from, is a city that is planned for about 8 to 10 million people, but currently our population is in excess of 23. And we have people coming in every day, particularly people who are, apart from those who are in search of the economic opportunities, those who are fleeing insurgency or conflict in other parts of the country. And they're coming to the city because of the anonymity the city holds and the opportunities that they have. And so, the urbanization of poverty, the increased population, the infrastructure deficit has resulted in a situation where we're dealing with socioeconomic inequalities, we're dealing with youth unemployment, we're dealing with precarious urban access, we're dealing with uncontrolled migration, urban crime, flooding, infrastructure gaps, the whole gamut of things, that we should really not be dealing with. But then, a lot of these things, center around housing. And if we take a walk back into the past to think about where Nigeria came from, how the cities of old were developed, we find that cities are not a strange phenomenon to us. Pre-colonial, we had cities that were developed. You had the Kano, we have Benin, that were developed primarily for defense, for securing the resources within the people, and all these cities of old had clearly established land management, land administration, social inclusion practices in which people were taken care of, and in which the rich took care of the poor, and the poor were able to at least survive. In the colonial era, we found that formal planning began, and that is where the skewness also started, where there were dichotomous planning regimes. You had the GRAs and the official quarters, and then we had the native quarters that were largely neglected. And these native quarters we see across all our cities as slums, as informal settlements, as traditional settlements that are side by side with the more planned areas. And sadly, our planning administrative framework has not grown beyond that time, whereby we have very clear distinction in our cities between those who have and those who have not so much. Currently, we have an emphasis on economic development across our countries. But we forget the fact that economic decisions have spatial consequences. And that's why the challenges we find in many of our cities are the way they are. We don't really think about, when we think about what should happen or how it should happen, usually where it should happen is an afterthought. And so, using the instrumentality of planning, Nigeria has done well. We moved our capital to Abuja, we sought to do some redistribution and things like that. However, the urban policy, the operative urban policy and the thinking of a lot of our decision makers is that we need to reverse rural-urban migration. But the truth is that people have been moving to cities from time immemorial and they'll continue to do so. So we must take advantage of the opportunities of agglomeration. If people are moving to cities, then we should start to think about how do we make cities livable for those who are resident in those cities and those who are moving into those cities. And in thinking about the future of African cities, we find that a lot of the thinking is not from within. And the minister from Uganda talked about what is the problem with Africa, and I think that is part of the problem. We're thinking and we're planning our future a lot on borrowed ideas and a lot of borrowed ideologies. And that's where the problem is. And then we're also thinking about the future, looking to plug into the world system, which is fine, but also not taking into consideration the fact that it is our own people that are going to live in those cities that we're building. So we have a national prioritization of economic development to the exclusion of spatial planning, and more importantly, without consideration for the people who really embody the cities that we're building. And the consequences are unregulated planning, the growth of slums, expanding socioeconomic inequalities, planning without consideration for sociocultural constructs, and more importantly, the increase in social discontent and resentment of the people, which we are starting to see with some of the uprisings that we've been experiencing in our cities and some of the political upheavals that have been happening across the continent. So my submission is that economic development is good, but economic development must take into consideration the spatial context in the first place and the social context in the second. And across most of our cities, informality is the order of the day. And our planning constructs and our development paradigms reject informality. In fact, we criminalize informality. And that's why we have forced evictions. That's why we have slum and market demolitions. And that is also why our economic development plans usually think or refer to informality, peri-urban growth, the things that are not within the formal books, as an afterthought. I give you an example. The Lagos State Development Plan talks about addressing informality through social housing as a long-term plan. Kaduna Infrastructure Development Plan also thinks about addressing informality, which is the situation now, as something to be addressed in the future. So we really need to think about what is happening in our cities now and how do we address them now, so that in thinking about the future and in planning for the future, we are planning and making ideologies and plans and ideas that will work, that are pragmatic, that are feasible. I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, we have the National Urban and Regional Planning Law that was put in place in 1992. And as at 2023, less than 20 of our states have domesticated that law, meaning across our states, there is no firm administrative protocol for how our cities will be governed. So what are the planning and administrative frameworks for which we are using to govern our cities? What we also see is that the professionals that should be guiding the development of our cities are few. And what that results into is that issues around urban management, urban governance are outsourced to technical experts who don't have the prerequisite skills to manage the urban. And the consequences is that when we have these ideas that do not relate or reflect the issues that we're facing currently, we have increased homelessness. We have increased informality because people will survive. They will survive irrespective of government. They will survive irrespective of government laws and policies. They will contravene in order to survive. And sometimes, rather than enforcing the law, we need to think about why are the laws so easy to break? Or why are people prepared to break the law? Perhaps there's something wrong with the law, there's something wrong with the policy because it does not align with how people are living their lives. And one of the ways our cities are being redesigned is with the introduction of the smart city dimension. And the smart city dimension is wonderful because it introduces technology. But what happens with the smart city dimension across most African cities is that smart city dimension is a borrowed paradigm. And it is a borrowed paradigm to advance the economic interests of certain entities. We spoke about it in the first section about, whose interests. We spoke about interests, we spoke about politics. And therein really lies the political economy of the built environment. If we're going to think about the cities of the future, we also have to think about what are the vested interests, what are the ideologies that are being sold to us. Because really, the smart cities that are being sold to us in Africa are cities that do not align with how Africans live their lives. And they are being sold and targeted to a niche market, the ultra wealthy or the middle class. But then again, the middle class are those that are earning between $2 and $20 a day. And how many of us really earn that? So there's a need for us to rejig. And if we say the smart cities are the way to go, we then think about, are the other cities that are working for people, are they stupid cities? Now, all our countries have submitted to the SDGs, and it's always good for us to remind ourselves of the commitments that we've made to ourselves, to each other, and to our people. And the SDG, particularly SDG 11, talks about making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And more importantly, that agreement, we have the Leave No One Behind, which is a declaration of our governments to ensure that there is eradication of poverty in all its forms and that discrimination, exclusion, inequalities, vulnerabilities are addressed, and that the factors that undermine the potentials of individuals and of humanity as a whole to reach their highest potential are mitigated. Nigeria is a signatory to the SDGs and is committed in principle to leave no one behind. But then operationalizing leave no one behind is really the big question. Are smart cities the way to leave no one behind? And so when we think about leave no one behind, the first question is, who is being left behind? Where is being left behind? How can we ensure that those who are being left behind are brought up so that we can all move together? Those who are being left behind are those who are living in poverty. Currently, about 60-something% of our urban populations. Those who are in vulnerable situations, the poor, people living with disability, children, youth, people living with terminal illnesses, the elderly, indigenous people, IDPs, migrants, they are being left behind. And in the case of Nigeria, many of these forgotten voices live in cities. They come to cities in search of the opportunities. And the places that are being left behind are all around us because there's a perpetual tension between the formal and the informal city, between urban places, peri-urban places, and rural areas, between primate cities like Lagos and Abuja and secondary cities like Birnin, Kebbi, and what have you. And then there's also the very real tension across all our cities between the ideologies of cities for profit and cities for people, where cities are considered for the economic benefit rather than the well-being and the prosperity of the people who reside in those cities, whatever step of the economic ladder they may belong to. And that is why the economic costs of a lot of our decisions, that is what is usually advanced. But we seldom think about the social costs and the environmental costs. Now that there is green infrastructure, there's green investment, and there's money, there's money in environmental sustainability, we're taking paying a bit more attention to the environmental costs. But what about the social costs? What about the people, especially the everyday people? So in thinking about a preferred urban future, which I think we are all gathered here to do, a preferred urban future for Africa, because the examples I give from Nigeria, I think are typical of many of our African cities, and I've been to a few, and these issues resonate. Where do we envision the future to be in 10 years, in 30 years, in 50 years? And how do we think we can get there? Business as usual? Will it be better? Will it be worse? For people, for places, for our cities, for our economies, and then what can we do? And I think three things are important. We need to collect data. The importance of data has been reiterated in this meeting, but there is a need for us to collect data in a particular way, and I'll say a bit more about that in a minute. We also need to think about how to empower those people and places that have been left behind. Somebody spoke about where are the interventions. Interventions are good, but they must be targeted. And then we need to really think about the governance of the built environment. When we talk about data, it's not enough for us to collect the what. How many houses are there in Nigeria? We also need to understand the why, because in thinking about housing in Nigeria, we need to think beyond new build. And the reason I say so is that we have many slums, but within our slums, there are many houses that are decent. It's just the infrastructure that is problematic. So in increasing the level of housing stock in our country, we need to also start thinking about regeneration, taking infrastructure to the places that are left behind, working with communities and cooperatives to upgrade their infrastructure, which automatically leads to them upgrading their individual housing, especially since we know that government is not going to do it all. So we need to understand the why and the how. And more importantly, we need to know who is left behind. How are women being impacted by some of these things that we see? How are the elderly being impacted? What are the travel behavior? What are the consequences for employment? What are the consequences for culture? What are the consequences, for education and other livelihood opportunities? So it's not enough for us to collect the what data, which we are used to collecting. We also need to understand the why. And I think that's where the knowledge institutions come in. That's where we can partner with the knowledge institutions, particularly the ones that are embedded within cities, that are embedded within communities. We need to mobilize beyond the Bureau of Statistics, if I may say, to collect those kinds of data and to understand why certain phenomena in our cities are the way they are. And we also need to understand the interdependencies. Take, for example, communities in Lagos, energy is a very important issue because when there is no light, they can't pump water. Children have to go out to go and fetch water. People can't do their homework. Businesses fail. And so the cross-sectoral implications of different types of infrastructure determines what we prioritize and how we prioritize them. And then when we talk about interventions, we also need to start thinking about targeted interventions. I am a proponent of simple solutions and quick wins. There's a place for aspiration, but there's a very serious problem that we have at hand in our cities, and we need to address them. It's good for us to think into the future, but what about the present? What can we do now, working with our local governments, working with our local communities, working with our city governments to start to change the faces of small areas that will then catalyze into changing the faces of cities? If we don't have a lot of money, what can we do with the little that we have to start to prove the concept and to start to change people's lives for the better? And then we're Africa. How do we ensure that as we go forward, we remain Africa and not just a prototype of what the West imagines a city or a neighborhood to be? And then the very serious issue of governance. How do we ensure that things like leave no one behind are mainstreamed across all sectors? How do we ensure that people are the fulcrum of development decisions? How do we ensure that when we're taking even economic development decisions, it is not only how much do we need to spend, but we think about how many children will get an education by virtue of this decision? How many women will be lifted out of poverty by virtue of this decision? We have to start thinking about the consequences and the costs based on the lives that will change, because spending money is one thing. Making sure that the money that is spent produces results and produces positive results, I think is more important. And then everybody has to come together. How do we make sure that the private sector and the government are working together? That's the PPP. Oftentimes it works, but how do we make sure that public, private, people, communities come together, speak the same language, agree to disagree, and then come to a common understanding and a common agreement of how we can move forward? So I will say that in closing, we need to recognize that urbanization is an opportunity, and it is left to us to make or to mar. And making or marring really depends on how we address it. Do we see it as an opportunity? And are we willing to do the hard work that is required to catalyze our countries using that opportunity? Are we willing to look at a human-centered approach to economic development, whereby we're talking numbers, but more importantly, we're talking people? And then finally, with regards to infrastructure, are we willing to think about, the large investments, right, alongside the smaller scale investments? Are we willing to really think about what can be done with people rather than what can be done for people, which is usually the approach? And most importantly, how can we use the very catalytic role of urban planning to start to shift our thinking, to start to shift the reality of our cities towards a better urban future? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Chinua Azubike, the MD CEO of InfraCredit. Please note questions and answers and comments will be delivered at the end of the presentations. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Good afternoon, delegates, Your Excellencies. Standard of existing protocols. I'll be speaking on a diagnostic review of infrastructure, housing, and building environment financing in Nigeria. I would speak on the successes, challenges, and the way forward. I'd like to start by commending the Shelter Afrique Management and Board. I think this thought leadership discussion is quite useful, more particularly the lens through which we're looking at housing. Prior to now, I think most times we look at housing in isolation from the built environment. Increasingly, we're realizing that a lot of the interventions that have been implemented as a result of the approach to addressing housing as an asset class, we struggle in ensuring that the outcomes are actually achieved. So when you think about the fact that for every building, there's a need for energy access, there's a need for connectivity by road, there's a need for telecom access, there's also a need for waste management, and all of these are infrastructure assets. You realize that housing is infrastructure, but at the same time, if you also acknowledge that 39% of emissions come from buildings, then we also realize that housing is climate infrastructure. So I think these evolving themes are also shaping the way we look at housing as an asset class and the kind of solutions that that we need to continue to think about, despite the very challenging market conditions we find ourselves. So I'll start by briefly describing the institution I work for, because its role is actually quite unique and relevant in some of the conversations that we'll be going through on this topic. Infrastructure Credit Guarantee Company was established by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority alongside international DFIs to address a challenge with access to long-term local currency financing for infrastructure in Nigeria. We provide guarantees in local currency to mobilize domestic credit from pension funds, insurance companies, and domestic institutional investors, such that this kind of capital can move into infrastructure, private sector led. We're rated by the two premier rating agencies in Nigeria. We have a AAA rating. We're also backed by highly rated international DFIs. But what is quite unique about the model is the ability to take infrastructure as an asset class and enable long-term financing by issuing guarantees that improve the creditworthiness of projects and attract investments from domestic resources. We know that currency is also a big issue when we talk about financing. And a lot of housing challenges in terms of projects have been, attributable to the wrong type of financing. I won't spend much time on the macros, but I know it's been spoken about severally today, but I will highlight some of the key drivers here. One is, the fact that, Nigeria, continues to grow in terms of population. This has been discussed several times today, at 2.6 per annum. In fact, I think there was a World Bank report that analyzed 2011 to 2022, the population growth between Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Kenya, and Ghana. And Nigeria grew by 50 million people. SA, Egypt, Morocco, and Kenya grew by 8 million, 20 million, 5 million, 12 million. And you could see that the population growth is also something that creates, one, a challenge, but also an opportunity, especially when you look at the demographic. And so, as we talked about the urbanization rate, which again is what is driving the questions around how we look at housing as infrastructure, because then you're thinking about urban planning, and where we're seeing constraints with the fiscal position of the government, and this is where private sector-led development plays a very critical role. We're seeing master plan communities. We're seeing, larger involvement in private sector in actually building infrastructure. But this creates a financial burden that I'll talk about later, because, infrastructure is long-term. You cannot finance infrastructure with 2-year, 5-year, 7-year. You need 20-year, 15-year financing. I wouldn't spend much time on this. I think this has been largely discussed today. but I'll go straight into the discussion for today. So I'm going to speak through firstly the deficit for infrastructure finance, the size of the real estate market to GDP, the strong fundamentals that we continue to see in Nigeria despite the constraints and the headwinds, and the current and future demand for housing. And now this feeds into sort of a reflection around how do we make housing an asset class, or how do we make housing infrastructure an asset class? And what are the drivers of housing development? What are the existing financing opportunities and solutions, and the challenges? But these challenges create opportunities, right? Because there are key initiatives that have been instituted by the government over the past few years, some of which we'll talk about, and then the successes achieved and what are the levels of growth. And in looking at the levels of growth, we look at what are, the lessons learned. I think one of the things we've seen is we tend to repeat unlearned lessons, and hopefully through these discussions, we could begin to strengthen knowledge management, institutionalize knowledge from what is happening best in other places, what we've learned, and how we can improve that. So Nigeria, like many African countries, we struggle with an infrastructure deficit. It's estimated that we require $33 trillion over the next 30 years. That comes to an annual amount of about $100 billion per annum. But also this infrastructure, when you think about it, it's also largely the dependency on this infrastructure is housing. When you look at the deficit for housing, it's also a deficit for infrastructure. But on the other hand, we do have a fairly developed debt capital markets. So we do have a capital markets that allows for long-term finance. We have a growing pension fund that holds somewhere around 35 to $40 billion Naira equivalent of assets under management. And these long-term assets need to be placed in long-term investments. And this is where housing as an asset class can play a very critical role if it can be converted in a sustainable way. So we see an opportunity in converting housing from, to a strong asset class. And again, we've seen examples of how this is evolving in the marketplace. Real estate market in Nigeria has been growing considerably despite COVID, despite the macro constraints. At 5.4% of GDP, it's somewhere around $12 billion, about 5.9 trillion as of 2020, but projected to hit somewhere around $15 billion, about 7.2 trillion. But a lot of these assets are trapped, I'd say. You'd find that this is not very well reflected, again, in the capital market. We're not seeing a lot of financing going through the capital market. And the question is why, and what solutions can we do we already happening? And I know Shelter Africa has issued a bond. Well, how many more innovations can we leverage on the back of this? Now, these are the strong fundamentals that I think continue to make the opportunity before us as consistent in evaluating the opportunity solutions. With an estimated 41 million households, and this is really taking 5 people per household and dividing the 230 million Nigerians. And hopefully, I think, as has been said earlier on, that the population census could help in helping refine these numbers. But that creates a demand, potential demand. What is effective, of course, is who can afford. But that market continues to grow with an urbanization rate that has been largely discussed, which is projected to hit 70% by 2050. So we, like Professor Lawrenson highlighted, it's not going to change. We will see more urban migration. And therefore, the pressure that puts in the cities requires more holistic discussion around infrastructure that supports housing. And the demographic is also very interesting. We're seeing a lot more shift towards, and when we talk about underserved, the underserved market, student housing and accommodation for, first-time leavers of university is also increasing as an asset class, potential asset class. So this is some data from PwC. Sorry, it's skewed. But the forecast is that we would require, deficit is somewhere around 25 to 28 million. Again, this needs to be validated. But largely, this deficit sits in low income. There's an estimation that at the higher income, there's even an oversupply of housing. But the mid to lower mid market is where there is some gap, but not as high as where it is in the lower income. And when we look at the drivers, and what are these key drivers? These tend to, drive the decision making, both from a private sector point of view, but also in terms of instruments that can help to unlock housing. We've talked about government policy extensively today, so I won't overemphasize that. But the role of private sector and the increasing role of private sector is quite critical. And when you look at the size of the real estate market, but also in the subsequent slides, I'll talk about the size of mortgages. And I learned something from the earlier presentation, that when we think of housing as a utility versus ownership, I think that also drives the kind of financial instruments that we can also design. Because a lot of focus on ownership tends to impact on the models that are being implemented today. Interestingly, when you look at mortgages, there's an argument that mortgages sit largely in Nigeria, for example, mortgages sit largely on the balance sheet of developers. So they provide installmental payments. Those installmental payments that developers tend to provide for homeowners is a workaround from the lack of access to credit from the banking sector. So when you look at that circa $15.6 billion in there is deferred receivables, right? That where the developer is saying, pay me over 3, 4, 5, 10, 5 years or 2 years or 18 months. So that in itself can be securitized. And that by securitizing that, you're able to unlock liquidity for developers to do more. And if home buyers are accessing homes using alternative means, again, that creates a thinking in terms of what other solutions can we look at leveraging the behavioral pattern, how people are accessing homes today. There's a saying by a Harvard Business School professor that the customer doesn't want a 6-inch drill, he wants a 6-inch hole. So when we focus and think that it's about housing ownership, people just want access to a home. And how you provide that solution, I think it's where, consistently we look to innovative solutions that can provide what the customer really wants, access to a home. Okay, so in terms of financing opportunities, so what we have seen, excuse me, go back, oh, sorry. Apologies. Can we correct this? I'll just speak to financing opportunities. All right, I'm mistakenly, okay. Financing opportunities. So there are about four, I'd say four parallels when we look at financing opportunities. First, we look at the primary mortgage institutions, and by extension, the banking sector. Obviously, the challenges we've seen are challenges for the PMIs is capitalization, but also, okay. So with the PMIs is capitalization and cost of capital. And this has had a significant impact in their ability to play that role in mobilizing long-term financing. We have seen the growing rate of REITs in the market, and we think that REITs will play a very important role in helping to supplement the gaps in the banking market, tap into longer pools of funding from pensions, insurance, and provide long-term funding. And I think over time, REITs will form a large pool of capital that could help in providing some form of long-term financing for housing. Specialized financial institutions are evolving. The Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company was set up again to help to mobilize long-term finance by issuing long-term bonds and refinancing the balance sheets of primary mortgage banks. To date, they have mobilized somewhere around 30 billion naira. There are challenges in the ecosystem, but the instrument is a useful tool that can help scale up financing. Institutions like InfraCredit has been set up to, again, issue credit guarantees and enable access for infrastructure developers to raise 20-year, 10-year, 15-year financing in local currency. And this is happening. Just last few months ago, we supported a 20-year financing with local currency guarantees. So it's possible for local financing in tenors of up to 20 years to be allocated to infrastructure, I mean, in Nigeria, and by extension, in other African countries that do have pensions as a pool of funding. We're seeing the increasing roles of DFIs. But one of the things we'd like to see is blending of financial resources. And this was highlighted in some form in the early presentations. Now, in terms of challenges, there's several challenges, and these challenges haven't changed for the past decade, right? It's the same issue that keeps reoccurring. And the questions that keep coming up is, how are we addressing these challenges, and what different lens should we take to look at a lot of these challenges that are affecting the deepening or the scaling of housing? And I'll try and provide one or two thoughts as I just walk through a couple of these. So building materials, there's an estimate that sometimes up to over 60 to 70, in fact, up to 90% in some instances of building materials are imported. It's not that we do not have local producers. It's that the local producers in some instances do not have access to finance or are not able to lock into a value chain of scale. And increasingly, there is a need to look at housing as a value chain. When you finance housing, you're looking at both demand, supply, and the supply chain. And how do we coordinate the different instruments and institutions working together to de-risk the value chain? I think that could play a very key role in improving the creditworthiness of some of the small indigenous producers that could scale. And if you look at the market, it's roughly at 7.2 trillion, projected to be 7.2 trillion naira, 5.4% of GDP. That's a large enough market to be connected to the local economy. Land administration, we have, I know there have been several programs along these lines. I've had the privilege of also working with the current chair of Shelter Afrique, Dr. Chi. I recall we're very much involved in in the past government when there was the program of digitizing the land registries. So the World Bank has attempted these programs, but for some reason we have not seen this uptake by subnationals. Again, there may be models that could help reduce some of this whilst we work towards a more efficient land administration system. Pooling, real estate in SPVs and being able to create subtitles that could be recognized through those models could help reduce some of the cost of transfer and some of the cost of acquisition of large-scale housing. We're also seeing that, the financing challenges continue, but again, with the new instruments that I'll talk about that are demonstrating that there are solutions that can address this if well coordinated. Regulations continue to be a concern, but again, where do we connect the market? And when we look at how unstructured the market is, and this is the fragmentation that I did talk about, financing solutions that can bring the market through an ecosystem will play a significant role in driving more private sector financing. The challenge we've seen is a developer would import parts and would depend on FX for importation of parts. There are local producers that could produce those parts that could be connected. there are regulations that can improve the competitiveness of local production of housing materials. And these gaps increase the risk associated with financing construction. But at the end of that spectrum is the offtake. We all know that at the end of the day, if I'm financing a developer, I would ask who is buying and can he afford to buy? Where is he getting credit from? And linking that, we believe, could also significantly reduce the perceived risk that comes with financing housing as an asset class. We've talked a lot about data management. I think we should think of data management as soft infrastructure. A government probably needs to invest in institutions that are focused on collecting and managing data. There's so much of investments made with lack of data, and we don't get the full benefit of it. If we're able to quantify the lost investments from governments and even private sector for lack of data, I think it's worth investing in a data management institution as soft infrastructure that could really help to drive investment decision-making and build confidence of the market. And we've always talked about debt capital. PwC estimates that this is somewhere in the excess of about $300 billion. We need to embrace innovation in enabling different synthetic tools that can help to create ways of distributing secondary market for ownership of housing. We're seeing a couple of these evolving, but hopefully regulation can also help improve that. Now, in terms of the key interventions that we've seen to date and how important they are, I think one of the very promising ones is the recent regulation from the pension fund regulator, the pension investment regulations that allow contributors to access up to 25% of their retirement savings towards the equity contribution for housing. And so if you think about the scale of this, we've got 15 trillion in retirement savings. So 25% of that could easily be unlocked as equity that could build up a market. Hopefully we see more 1 or 2 projects that are built across this, this initiative. It has a significant positive impact in reducing the financial burden of home buyers. We have heard that the down payment is more of a barrier to access to finance than even the interest rates in some instances. And so this will play a very critical role. Institutions like the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company can be enabled to scale, and there are interventions that could help de-risk the value chain for institutions like this. The big challenge for institutions playing modular roles in a value chain is that you need to be able to predict your supply chain. And if your supply chain is largely developers producing good homes that mortgage banks can access primary credit to actually lend to for home buyers to access, then that value chain needs to be strengthened. And there are interventions across those areas that we hope to see, provide some outcomes. I'll speak on family homes funds is playing a role in unlocking access to finance for the low income. We have seen a couple of instruments that they have issued lately, a sukuk, which was unique. And hopefully, with the recommendation by the earlier speaker on looking at the spectrum as opposed to focusing purely on low income, I think that is an interesting point that we could also bring when we look at housing. We've thought about models where how do you cross-fertilize or cross-subsidize the cost of financing between the home buyer, who is constrained by the high interest rate environment, and the developer, who in some instances, I did explain, has capital that is deferred because they're providing instrumental payments to home buyers. If there are financial instruments that can enable them to unlock that capital, so refinance or securitize, but they also reduce the cost of the mortgage loans by reducing the cost of the house. Could that play a key role in blending the cost of finance? And I think in terms of just thinking outside the box and looking at, the value chain and where there are opportunities to tap into, value enhancements and use that to blend the cost of where, access to finance appears more expensive. We think that innovative solutions like this could help. I'll speak to a couple of, very interesting developments over the past few years. We saw Shelter Afrique issue a 46 billion naira bond. We think that this, again, is what we intend to see with DFIs. There's been so much conversation around DFIs, leveraging the local capital market to raise financing. And that financing came in timely. At the time, I think rates were about 13%. Today, interest rates are somewhere, in the banking sector is north of 20. In the capital market is somewhere around 15, 16%. So what looked, that transaction is very valuable for the market. And I believe that we need to see more of this, leveraging their balance sheet, their credit ratings to deepen the debt capital market with long-term bonds. We've also seen, like I said, NMRC, and we're seeing some, with FMBN, there's a lot of expectation in being able to strengthen the capacity of the Federal Mortgage Bank. I would say I'm an example. I have not been able to access my NHF despite all the attempts to do that. So I know that it's a real constraint, and hopefully we see more, rethinking of how these models can be more catalytic, probably trying to find ways of working with other institutions that can play that intermediation role quicker. Again, I think, we know that this financing by Shelter Afrique we're seeing the impact. We have seen announcements of developers that have drawn down from these facilities over the past few months. And the alternative cost of finance was much, much more expensive. It's an example and it's a signal that when we syndicate instruments, and I say it because on our side, as an institution, we can provide financing for infrastructure, and institutions that can help to bridge the funding gap for developers. These instruments can work together and strengthen the balance sheets or the capacity of private sector to actually build more homes, whilst the government creates the enabling environment. We're seeing evidence that the private sector is actually playing the role of urban development in some form. And you see developers like Mixta that manage over 1,000 hectares of land, building infrastructure. How do we reduce the risk associated with these sort of players that are actually playing a very significant role in bridging the gap where the fiscal challenges the government has is preventing it from supporting that role? And if you take out the cost of infrastructure from the cost of the housing unit, it ranges, but it's at least between 20 to 40% in some instances. If you could finance that as an asset class and reduce the cost of the housing stock, now these are models where public-private partnerships can play a role. Subnationals, for example, state governments in Nigeria have been raising financing in the past from the capital markets. But can these financings go directly into infrastructure for housing in some instances, where the private sector now plays their role in supporting the housing stock? I think there are creative ways we can actually allocate risk to who's best able to bear them, but ultimately reduce the cost of the housing stock. So despite high interest rates, the lower the price of the house, the more affordable it can be, even if the rates are high. So these models we believe are doable, but we're already seeing solutions that are happening. So FHF is playing its role, and also we're seeing support from other institutions as well. Now, an evolving development which has been spoken about by other speakers. Professor Lawrence spoke to this, and the other speaker today. We are seeing an opportunity with despite the constraints. We know that climate change is creating shocks within the ecosystem, but also it's creating an opportunity to achieve green growth. it potentially climate finance, and we've seen that the cost of financing or the cost of financing for green assets is comparably lower than conventional assets because there are commitments from the richer governments to help to reduce the cost of energy transition. And so there's a unique opportunity for countries across the continent, and particularly Nigeria, to support edge housing, to strengthen the roles of green building institutions that can improve the process. Can we have a situation where it is lower cost for you to get a building plan approval if your house is green? Are there accelerated systems that can improve, increase the appetite of developers to actually invest in the right type of technologies to reduce, to green their, improve the energy, reduce the energy emissions in their homes, but at the same time, be able to reduce the overall cost because the government is making it less expensive for you to get a building approval if your housing unit is certified green. And what this does is that it could reduce your cost of finance. We have seen differential costs of up to 500 bips. So 5% difference in pricing if your house is green. And this is because some development partners are willing to blend the cost. They see the direct impact that housing as climate infrastructure can bring into achieving net zero. If you look at just between energy, transportation, and building environment, it's 79% of emissions. And if you, with green housing, you also have the opportunity for rooftop solar. And we're seeing this where new houses are constructed with rooftop solar and you're reducing the energy emissions. So there's significant opportunity in this space. We encourage most of the developers to consider their transition plans, but we also hope to see regulation shift that can really accelerate the transition and the cost. But at the end of the day, what this is bringing is lowering the cost of finance, because we're seeing lower costs for even what you call green mortgage loans or green home loans. And it's improving, livelihoods. So this is an opportunity. And ultimately, we know that jobs always comes as, sorry, I missed this again, as an equation when houses are built. I mean, it's been spoken about considerably today. So in conclusion, I think, I would highlight a few things here. So one is, what are the levers of growth as we speak through, going forward? What are the levers of growth? We know that access to finance is critical, but within that conversation, what innovations should we see? How do we strengthen the balance sheets of DFIs like the Shelter Afrique that is already playing a unique role in developing the debt capital markets here in Nigeria and can replicate that in other African countries? But how can we blend their cost? Can governments commit more funding that could help to blend their cost of capital? And these are models that are already proven, and that could help reduce some of the operating costs and improve access. How do we look at, models that can improve the land administration system, or alternative models that can improve the accessibility to households, beyond, dependency on the current structural challenges we have in land titling registration? Are there possible policies that could be put in place that could allow for bulk titling and make it legitimate through SPVs that could reduce some of the cost? We know that public-private partnership has been well spoken about, but it's the model. What models can we, exemplify and strengthen? I think we're seeing existing operators, and I think you just looking at the challenges through the lens of the operators, and I'm keen to hear you speak subsequently, but these operators are already, surviving within these challenging environments, the successful developers that are able to build and sell. And how do we strengthen those models? I think, and we've had these discussions in the past, that we need to strip out the infrastructure and finance it in a more innovative way and reduce that upfront cost so that developers can build quicker and reduce the cost of access to a home. I think, if we can begin to pool existing models, and this is where we've learned a few things from what is already happening with the innovative solutions being deployed, and begin to scale up innovative solutions like blended finance, structures where you can pool the assets in vehicles that can reduce the transfer cost, and where government actually provides a regime that recognizes that. Models where we can also finance the infrastructure as an asset class separately, where the government could actually contribute towards that. If these are able to reduce, and these could reduce the cost of financing, unlock what we consider to be, a 5.9 trillion, naira market that could create jobs, promote local economic growth, and importantly, also drive gender equality. We think that this would unlock the perception of debt capital. I look forward to hearing feedback and comments, but I'll just say that it's been a pleasure to present to you. It's also been a pleasure listening to the earlier speakers, and I have learned a few things, particularly around the utility versus ownership question, and also when we talk about inclusive growth, what does that mean in terms of rural housing? These are very useful points that I look forward to engaging further today. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Chinua, for the insightful presentation. We have earlier on had a presentation talking about potentials of urbanization, then moving on to financing. Then next, we need to have an idea of case studies of collaborations that have worked across Africa. How can it be replicated? What are the lessons learned? The next presenter is Mr. Ahmed Thiam, the Director General and Coordinator of the 100,000 Units Project, Dakar, Senegal. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, but sorry, I'm going to speak in French so I can properly address the issue. Merci encore à Shelter Afrique de nous avoir invités à cette grande rencontre. Comparé à un peu beaucoup de présentations, nous allons essayer de répondre à des questions factuelles par rapport à cela, pour un peu rebondir par rapport à la proposition que la ministre de l'Ouganda a faite. Nous allons prendre des questions complexes, proposer des solutions simples et vous dire est-ce qu'elles ont marché ou pas. Donc, par rapport à cela, slide, s'il vous plaît. Ce qu'on a proposé aujourd'hui, le président Macky Sall, le président du Sénégal, en 2014, a lancé un vaste programme économique qu'on a appelé le plan Sénégal émergent. Et ce programme nous a permis de repositionner le secteur de l'habitat, non pas comme un secteur social, c'est-à-dire un secteur où l'État met que des subventions, mais comme un secteur productif. C'est dans ce sens-là que nous avons démarré depuis 2014 un vaste programme dans le secteur du logement. Maintenant, qu'est-ce qu'on a remarqué? On s'est rendu compte que malgré ce grand projet mis en place par le gouvernement du Sénégal, de 2014 à 2019, quasiment la production n'a augmenté que de 2 à 3%. Donc, on s'est posé des questions. Pourquoi les choses n'ont pas été au rendez-vous? Slide. Voilà. Donc, nous allons poser rapidement le contexte. Donc, au Sénégal, on s'est rendu compte que plus nous avancions, plus nous avions des bidonvilles, donc des slums. Et donc, le Sénégal a fait quoi? On a mis en place un programme qui est bâti sur 2 piliers. Le premier pilier, c'est la résorption de ces bidonvilles-là. Le deuxième pilier, c'est comment produire plus vite que le rythme d'installation des populations. C'est ce qu'on a mis en place au niveau du projet Zéro Bidonville, donc booster la production de logements et en même temps aussi faciliter la solvabilisation des candidats. Donc, au Sénégal, nous avons quelques chiffres. Je pense que le professeur qui a fait le keynote speaker ce matin l'a dit, on a tous pays africains les mêmes dynamiques urbaines et les mêmes taux de croissance quasiment en termes de population. Pour donner un exemple, au Sénégal, en 2013, lorsqu'on faisait le plan Sénégal émergent, nous étions environ à 13 millions de Sénégalais. Aujourd'hui, on est à 17, voire 18 millions. Un recensement est en cours. Donc, on a quasiment multiplié par minimum 1,5 la population du Sénégal. Ce qui veut dire quoi? Nous avons des taux d'urbanisation qui sont en train de crever le plafond. Pourquoi? Parce que, comme cela a été dit tout à l'heure aussi par mes prédécesseurs, nous avons des villes qui sont en réalité le vrai poumon économique et donc qui continuent à drainer de l'exode rural. Donc, par rapport à cela, nous avons mis en place un système de collecte de données. On s'est rendu compte qu'on n'avait pas moins de 22 000 logements en déficit au moment où la production annuelle est très inférieure. On produit environ 6 000 à 8 000 logements par année, au moment où on a un stock de 322 000, un incrément additionnel chaque année de 12 000, alors que le secteur ne produit que 6 000. Donc, ce qui fait qu'on a un secteur qui, de toute façon, va continuer à avoir une crise. Donc, maintenant, pour revenir au problème. 2014, on lance un vaste programme. Il y a le gouvernement qui supporte. 2019, on se rend compte que beaucoup de choses n'ont pas avancé. On s'est dit quelles ont été les difficultés. La première chose, c'est la rareté du foncier sécurisé. Au Sénégal, on se rend compte que seulement 5% de l'assiette, donc du Sénégal, 197 000 km², sont titrés. Donc, il y a un problème d'immatriculation, il y a un problème de titre foncier. Seulement 10% des Sénégalais possèdent un titre foncier. Donc, qu'est-ce que ça nous dit? Cela nous dit que l'ensemble du territoire ne peut pas être mis dans le secteur bancaire pour pouvoir être leveragé. Donc, ça, c'est un grand problème sur lequel nous avons essayé de trouver des solutions. Le deuxième problème, c'est la complexité des procédures foncières et domaniales. Nous avons entendu tout à l'heure qu'au niveau du Nigeria, on est entre 1 an et demi parfois. Au Sénégal, si c'est des procédures individuelles, cela peut être assez rapide, 6 mois à 1 an. Par contre, si c'est pour des promoteurs immobiliers qui doivent faire, par exemple, 5 hectares, 10 hectares, donc des développements immobiliers, parfois la procédure peut durer jusqu'à 5 ans, voire 10 ans, ce qui est totalement problématique. Et les promoteurs, d'habitude, changent de secteur ou bien vont dans d'autres pays. Le deuxième grand secteur où on a essayé de trouver des solutions, c'est la question de l'aménagement. Mon collègue qui est passé tout à l'heure en a parlé. Au Sénégal, il y a une loi qui dit que l'ensemble des aménagements primaires, c'est-à-dire voirie et réseaux divers, eau, assainissement, électricité primaire, c'est à la charge de l'État. Malheureusement, l'État n'arrive pas à trouver les financements nécessaires pour faire ce travail-là. Et donc, on se retrouve avec deux choses. Soit les développements immobiliers n'arrivent pas à avoir les bons niveaux d'infrastructure, soit le promoteur le prend en charge et donc augmente tout simplement le prix de cession. Donc, le deuxième point, c'est que normalement aussi, toujours dans cette loi de 2016 pour le Sénégal, les concessionnaires qui vont à la fin des projets avoir un certain nombre de nouveaux clients devraient contribuer à hauteur de 30% du coût. Malheureusement, ces concessionnaires-là aussi ne le font pas et attendent juste la fin pour engranger le patrimoine, parce que l'ensemble des VRD, dès qu'elles sont terminées, sont versées au patrimoine de ces concessionnaires-là et ils se retrouvent avec des centaines, voire des milliers de nouveaux souscripteurs. Le troisième point, c'est un problème maintenant de production. Nous avons un foncier maintenant sécurisé, nous avons peut-être fait les VRD, nous avons en face de nous la question de la production. Le premier problème qu'on a au Sénégal, beaucoup de promoteurs n'arrivent pas à faire des projets dans des proportions ou bien dans des échelles assez intéressantes. Les grands producteurs, ils ne propose que des projets de 200, 300, 400 logements, ce qui n'est pas suffisant pour pouvoir résorber notre gap. Donc, notre premier problème, c'est l'incapacité des promoteurs à conduire de grandes opérations immobilières. La deuxième chose, c'est nous avons pour beaucoup des techniques de construction qui ne sont pas tout aussi adaptées à cette grande échelle-là, parce que nous sommes dans de briques à briques, donc c'est de la construction classique. Cela aussi, c'est un frein que nous avons identifié. Le troisième point, on l'a identifié aussi par rapport à la chaîne de valeur, une bonne partie des intrants du bâtiment, malheureusement, sont importés et très souvent même importés hors de l'Afrique, à savoir tout ce qui est second œuvre. Au Sénégal, nous avons 3 cimenteries qui gèrent quasiment la production en ciment. Nous avons tout ce qui est gravier sur place, mais nous n'avons pas assez de fer, nous n'avons pas assez de carreaux, nous n'avons pas. Donc, la question, une des limites, on va dire, de la production aussi, c'est la disponibilité de ces matériaux de construction-là. La quatrième, c'est maintenant la main-d'œuvre au Sénégal. On se rend compte de plus en plus que les jeunes qui sont dans les chantiers du BTP n'ont pas une qualification. Donc, en grande partie, ce sont des manœuvres qui après deviennent maçons, puis après, voilà, etc., etc. Alors que nous nous rendons compte que ces projets qui sont déroulés par ces personnes-là, après, nous allons avoir des problèmes de fissures, d'autres désordres structurels. Donc, voici les grands défis que nous avons sur le secteur de la construction. Maintenant, sur la question du financement, nous avons de plus en plus tendance à noter que pas plus de 20% des Sénégalais sont dans le système bancaire classique, alors que la majeure partie des projets attendent à ce que le secteur informel, que le secteur formel aille vers le secteur bancaire, avoir un crédit hypothécaire pour acheter le logement. Donc, nous avons un peu une dualité entre un secteur qui n'est pas bancarisé et des promoteurs qui s'attendent à avoir un crédit hypothécaire pour pouvoir donner le logement. Nous avons donc un secteur informel qui est prédominant. Au Sénégal, plus de 90% des actifs sont dans le secteur informel, donc ce qui crée des problèmes au niveau de la solvabilité, j'y reviendrai. Nous avons de plus en plus de difficultés à mobiliser des ressources longues. On l'a dit tout à l'heure, le secteur de l'immobilier, de l'habitat de manière générale, a besoin d'emplois, de ressources longues, et malheureusement, une bonne partie de nos banques financent que sur des maturités de 10 ans, voire moins parfois. Donc, cela aussi est une des contraintes majeures qu'on avait identifiées. Le dernier, c'est maintenant de plus en plus les promoteurs, le professeur tout à l'heure l'a dit, ils sont dans l'achat direct. Donc, c'est une des contraintes que nous avons identifiées. Nous avons de moins en moins de produits en location-vente et quasiment plus de produits en location simple, notamment pour le secteur public. Donc, maintenant, en termes de solutions, sur la question foncière, par rapport au problème que j'avais identifié, le Sénégal a lancé un vaste programme de création de pôles urbains. On en a 27 au Sénégal et sur les 27, on a déjà démarré 2 et un 3e qui est en cours. La notion de pôle urbain veut dire quoi? L'État a besoin de foncier pour pouvoir développer un certain nombre d'activités économiques, de donner des logements aux populations. Nous identifions des zones en fonction des études urbanistiques et nous mobilisons environ 2000 hectares, 3000 hectares. Nous discutons avec les populations et nous faisons en place des nouveaux pôles urbains, des nouvelles villes. Donc, ça, c'est une des réponses que nous avons mises sur la table et c'est en train d'être déroulé. Pour ceux qui connaissent un peu le Sénégal, nous avons le pôle urbain de Diamniadio qui est sur 1644 hectares et qui est en train d'être mis en œuvre. Nous avons aussi d'autres pôles. La deuxième chose, c'est que nous avons un problème foncier. Pourquoi? Parce que nous avons des des villes qui sont très plates. Nous sommes dans l'étalement urbain constant, ce qui crée davantage de problèmes sur les services sociaux de base, les services urbains de manière générale. Et donc, nous avons une directive pour aller vers une verticalité dans notre développement urbain actuel. Maintenant, pour régler la question des procédures ou bien, entre guillemets, des lenteurs dans les procédures administratives, nous avons mis en place un guichet unique qui est un one-stop shop où l'ensemble des promoteurs, pour pouvoir avoir l'ensemble de leurs actes administratifs, c'est en un seul lieu qu'ils viennent, ils déposent et nous les accompagnons pour un peu réduire les délais de traitement et leur permettre d'avancer. Pour ce faire aussi, nous sommes en Afrique et très souvent, le foncier est assujetti à deux régimes. Nous avons le régime de la propriété, on va dire, ancestrale. Très souvent, voilà, ce champ-là, ça appartenait à mon père, à mon grand-père, sans pour autant qu'on ait un papier. Et nous avons le régime classique de l'administration qui est le Code du domaine de l'État de 72. Et donc, nous avons ce choc-là. Donc, nous avons mis en place un décret d'utilité publique pour un peu faciliter les prises de possession de ces fonciers-là. Et nous avons aussi des zones d'aménagement concertées. Donc, à côté aussi, j'ai dit tout à l'heure que le Sénégal, depuis les années 90, n'avait plus d'aménageurs publics. Nous avons créé la Société d'aménagement foncier et de rénovation urbaine qui a le rôle d'aménager l'ensemble des zones que l'État identifie dans le cadre de ce projet-là pour un peu fast-tracker la production en masse de logements. C'est à cette société qu'est dévolue la prise en charge des études, la réalisation de l'ensemble des VRD, que ce soit VRD primaire jusqu'au VRD tertiaire. C'est aussi à cette société de réfléchir à un modèle pour pérenniser son business. Et par rapport à ces modèles-là, ils ont mis en place un peu le modèle qu'on peut retrouver au Canada, qui est la captation de la plus-value foncière. Cela veut dire quoi? L'État peut venir dans une zone, il leur donne 1000 hectares et leur dit valoriser ces 1000 hectares-là, les 500 ou 600 hectares, vous les versez au projet de l'État et les 400 hectares qui, de toute façon, lorsque l'État vient réaliser des VRD, le foncier aux alentours prend de la valeur. Cette captation, cette valeur ajoutée qui est engendrée, que la SAFRU puisse venir capter ça. C'est pour ça qu'on leur laisse aussi la capacité de récupérer une partie du foncier que nous développons et ça leur permet d'être un tout petit peu pérennes et qu'ils n'attendent pas uniquement les subventions de l'État parce qu'on connaît nos pays. À chaque fois, il y a des priorités qui peuvent venir obérer leur rentabilité. Maintenant, s'agissant de la production, nous avons décidé de relancer les promoteurs publics. Parce que les promoteurs privés, nous avons identifié un point qui est, ils sont plus prompts à suivre, on va dire, les contraintes et les inflations. Alors que les promoteurs publics, nous avons une meilleure maîtrise par rapport au prix de cession. C'est pour cela qu'au niveau du Sénégal, nous avons décidé de relancer ces promoteurs publics en leur donnant du foncier gratuitement. Avant, c'était le cas, mais récemment, ils achetaient du foncier, donc cela venait renchérir et bloquer leur progression. Leur donner aussi des crédits à taux zéro et aussi les accompagner dans leur industrialisation et leur modernisation. Nous avons aussi lancé un vaste programme de formation de la main-d'œuvre, donc la formation professionnelle. On s'est rendu compte que le diagnostic nous a montré sur les 14 régions du Sénégal, les 12 régions qui avaient été diagnostiquées, les 9 étaient en déficit de main-d'œuvre au moment où on a près de 77% de notre population qui est jeune et donc qui aspire à avoir un emploi. Donc, ce qu'on a essayé de faire, c'est de faire un bridge entre notre besoin en main-d'œuvre qualifiée et cette demande d'emploi des jeunes. Donc, cela aussi, c'est un point que nous avons pu dérouler dans le cadre de ce projet. Le troisième, c'est un dispositif maintenant d'accompagnement des promoteurs et des acteurs de manière générale. L'ensemble de ces acteurs aussi doivent essayer de changer leur manière de produire. Et par rapport à cela, nous travaillons avec un certain nombre de DFI et aussi la Banque de l'Habitat du Sénégal qui d'habitude les finance. Le quatrième point maintenant, c'est la nécessité de la mise en place d'un écosystème de la construction. Cela veut dire quoi? Tout à l'heure, nous avons parlé, depuis ce matin, nous parlons de la mise en place d'une chaîne de valeur dans le secteur du logement. Au Sénégal, nous n'en avions pas et nous n'avions même pas assez de données. Ce qu'on a fait, on a lancé avec l'aide de la Banque mondiale une étude qui est en train de nous donner la cartographie de l'ensemble des 44 matériaux que nous utilisons au Sénégal, qui le produit, sinon où est-ce que c'est importé, de quoi on a besoin et qu'est-ce qui peut être fait au Sénégal ou bien dans la sous-région. Et donc, la mise en place de cet écosystème de la construction va nous permettre d'accélérer un peu le rythme de production et de ne plus être assujetti à la conjoncture internationale, parce qu'au Sénégal, un certain nombre de projets, malheureusement, avaient été mis en stand-by avec la crise ukrainienne, parce que nous, on importe une bonne partie de notre fer au niveau de l'Ukraine, donc le fer à béton, et aussi nous avions d'autres contraintes pendant le Covid dues à la rupture des flux maritimes. Et maintenant aussi, comme quasiment l'ensemble des pays actuellement, nous sommes en train d'intégrer petit à petit la notion de green building dans notre manière de construire, notamment avec le label Edge, qui aujourd'hui commence à être utilisé par un certain nombre de promoteurs après la formation qu'ils ont reçue. Maintenant, s'agissant des questions de financement, je pense que c'est mon collègue qui vient de finir qui en a parlé. C'est bien de produire, c'est bien de financer ceux qui produisent, mais si toutefois les populations qui doivent acheter ne sont pas solvables, la chaîne va se gripper. Donc, c'est pour cela que le Sénégal a mis en place le Fonds pour l'habitat social qui a, entre autres, comme rôle la solvabilisation des populations, c'est-à-dire donner une garantie, notamment au secteur informel, pour pouvoir acquérir un logement. Et maintenant, à côté, nous avons aussi développé un système de location-vente, au départ capitalisé en grande partie par l'État, mais l'État va petit à petit se retirer et laisser le privé monter. Donc peut-être, et un dernier, donc, on a aussi commencé à discuter avec des groupes africains, notamment le Fonds de solidarité africain, pour pouvoir garantir aussi ces promoteurs-là, si toutefois ils ont des projets qui sont bankable, et ils sont prêts à nous accompagner par projet jusqu'à 15 milliards de francs CFA. Donc, juste là, un petit scope sur le Fonds pour l'habitat social qui, toujours de la même manière que nous avons réfléchi la SAFRU qui est notre aménageur, l'ensemble de nos instruments, nous essayons de les rendre pérennes et qu'ils ne soient pas totalement assujettis au budget de l'État. Donc, notre fonds, nous l'avons baqué sur la taxe, une taxe parafiscale qui est environ de 2000 francs sur chaque tonne de ciment. Cela nous permet, après, de leverager dessus. Donc, par exemple, là, nous avons pu lever 50 milliards juste en utilisant cette taxe parafiscale. Elle nous permet quoi? Elle nous permet de garantir les prêts destinés à l'acquisition. Maintenant, nous faisons une garantie, non pas par signature, nous faisons une garantie directement en cash collatéral. Donc là, c'est le schéma, mais je pense que nous pouvons avancer sur ces points-là. Maintenant, peut-être pour terminer et laisser le temps aux échanges, je pense que Shelter Afrique nous donne aujourd'hui une opportunité d'échanger. Depuis ce matin, quasiment, nous nous rendons compte que nous avons les mêmes contraintes et les mêmes aspirations. Il est peut-être temps que nos dirigeants, nos présidents, peut-être, s'asseyent pour adresser davantage et en faire une priorité. Nous ne pouvons pas avoir notre secteur, le secteur de l'habitat, comme deuxième besoin de l'ensemble de nos populations et que ce secteur soit la variable d'ajustement lorsque nous décidons des grandes priorités de l'Afrique. Donc, je pense qu'il y a quelque chose à faire au niveau du plaidoyer auprès de nos chefs d'État. Maintenant, concrètement, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, il est nécessaire de revoir un certain nombre de choses, non pas à l'échelle de nos pays, mais à l'échelle de nos régions, voire à l'échelle de l'Afrique. C'est pour cela que le Sénégal est en train de réfléchir à un dispositif de qualification et de classification des entreprises. Cependant, ce dispositif de classification n'a pas de sens si toutefois le Burkina aussi n'a pas un système qui soit aligné. Pourquoi? Au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, une entreprise burkinabé peut venir gagner un marché au Sénégal. Une entreprise sénégalaise peut aller gagner un marché en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, si toutefois nous voulons qu'il y ait des entreprises solides pour réaliser nos projets, nous devons réfléchir à cette question de la classification à une échelle peut-être plus élevée. La deuxième chose, c'est la nécessité d'avoir une stratégie africaine pour un marché de l'industrie de la construction. Le Sénégal ne peut pas avoir l'ensemble de ces intrants produits au Sénégal. Par contre, nous pouvons récupérer, par exemple, le bois. Rien que pour le projet des 100 000 logements, nous avons un chiffre d'affaires de 40 milliards de francs CFA pour les portes et les fenêtres. Ce chiffre d'affaires-là aurait pu être gagné, ou en tout cas capté par le Cameroun ou le Gabon, qui sont de grands producteurs de bois, qui vont réaliser les projets, ces intrants-là et nous les envoyer au Sénégal. Donc, l'idée n'est pas de diminuer les flux entre pays, mais de les rendre, on va dire, africains. Donc, je pense qu'il y a quelque chose à faire sur cette question-là. La question, on utilise énormément de plâtre actuellement au niveau de nos faux plafonds, etc. L'Égypte est un grand producteur, la Mauritanie est un grand producteur. Nous pourrions mettre en place un système de synergie pour que chaque pays produise 2 à 3 intrants qui sont favorables à son système. Donc là, c'est un plaidoyer, je pense, qu'il faut pouvoir monter et créer un système de synergie et un marché africain des matériaux de construction. La nécessité aussi de la formation, on en a parlé tout à l'heure aussi, pour pouvoir industrialiser, il faut standardiser. Et aussi la standardisation et l'identification et il nous faut trouver le moyen de dire que voilà, tel type de produit est valable au Sénégal, mais ce produit-là aussi, si je le produis en masse, je peux aller le vendre au Cap-Vert, je peux aller le vendre au Mozambique, je peux aller le vendre en Afrique du Sud, je peux le vendre au Nigeria. Donc, il nous faut aussi mettre en place un système de centres de recherche, bon, d'autres pays l'ont, et des systèmes aussi de certification de nos éléments de construction, si toutefois nous voulons booster un système de production à l'échelle de nos éléments de bâtiment. L'avant-dernier, c'est la mise en place d'un système de collecte de données. Nous l'avons dit tout à l'heure, les politiques publiques que nous sommes, de plus en plus, on est dans du data-driven. Sans données fiables, nous ne pouvons pas mettre sur place la bonne politique économique. Si toutefois aussi nous n'avons pas la bonne donnée, nous ne pouvons pas attirer des capitaux parce que le secteur privé ne va jamais accompagner un secteur lorsqu'il n'y a pas suffisamment de données pour réduire le risque et qu'il puisse se projeter sur son ROI. Donc, la nécessité d'avoir un système de collecte de données à l'échelle régionale ou africaine est aussi une nécessité. Cela a été développé par l'ensemble des personnes qui sont là. Donc, encore une fois, ce sont des choses que nous savons et qu'il nous urge de mettre en œuvre si toutefois nous voulons vraiment que notre secteur puisse avancer. Et le dernier maintenant, c'est l'accroissement du financement. Je l'ai dit tantôt, nous ne pouvons pas être le deuxième besoin de nos populations que nous servons tous et recevoir le minimum de financement au niveau africain de manière générale. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you, Mr. Amadou Thiam. Next presentation, last but not the least, having Shadi Hughes from Mixed Africa. We've had perspectives from the financial sector, from public sector, from urbanization perspective, none from the developers. how can we be able to realize the opportunities, the potentials of the industry from the developer perspective? And we believe Shadi is the right person to give us these insights. So you're welcome, Shadi.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue au Nigeria. Ça me donne grand plaisir de vous adresser aujourd'hui. I'm going to have to turn back to English because English is my lingua franca, but you're very welcome. It's lovely to see so many of our brothers and sisters, and thank you very much to Shout Afrique for providing this opportunity. In the beautiful city of Abuja, I'm going to start unscripted and just mention that coming to Abuja is always a proud moment for me as a Nigerian, because it just, talking about the built environment, because it's very proud, I'm always very proud to see that Abuja continues to develop along the lines of the master plan that was developed back in the day. I think that, the FCT continues to hit the nail on the head when it comes to recognizing that infrastructure is really the bedrock of the built environment and of development. We're here to speak about housing and the built environment objectives. And infrastructure is just too key, just too important. And when you drive along streets that are built way ahead of even the developments, even of the residential estates that are built, that continue to be built here, and you see that there's power, there's drainage and infrastructure. I think that it's excellent, and that's what we really need to bring to the fore. I've been given a topic today. I think the topic is very close and dear to my heart. I represent a company that is a private sector developer in Nigeria, but we're unique in that Mixta Africa also has sister companies across other countries in Africa. So we call ourselves a Pan-African real estate company. Our brothers and sisters, my colleague Benson is here today, and we were just commenting and saying that actually we're the only English-speaking country in the group. All our other sister companies are Francophone. We have Mixta Senegal, Mixta Ivory Coast, Mixta Morocco, and Mixta Tunisia. We play quite a unique role, a tough role. And I'm not going to, in my discussions today, I'm not going to underplay how difficult it is, to be honest. I think that everyone that has spoken has probably done a very, very good job in laying the grounds for identifying what the challenges are and maybe proffering solutions, some solutions. I'm humble enough to say I do not stand before you with all the solutions. But what I can do is just give a very brief overview in our view of what the challenges are. And at the end of my presentation, maybe I'll just give a few examples of how we as a company are trying to bridge certain gaps. So we can't talk about real estate without talking about, even as a developer, we could argue, or some could argue, that I represent the supply side. But we cannot be successful. It's tough enough trying to deliver, being a developer on the supply side. But the demand side as well is an area that we need to. Okay. Oh, sorry, I haven't moved much anyway. So let me get the pointer. Okay, what do I do? Which one? Yeah. That one. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to also touch on the demand side, which is the market-facing side, because of course, we do not seek to develop for ourselves. We seek to develop to provide housing needs for very, very many people. It's interesting also listening to Professor Dr. Sulaiman's view on whether housing, on his views about housing, about whether really, we should continue with the rhetoric about everybody, aspiring to own their own homes. I think we all have our different opinions on that. Again, my predecessors have done an excellent job in have done an excellent job in giving a lot of detail. I'm just going to speak around certain talking points. The market drivers for Nigeria's growth sectors, market drivers for real estate and construction include, of course, urbanization and population growth. Professor Tybert has done a very good job on giving the details on that. Availability of financing, both from the developer's side and also from the buyer's side. Chinua has done an excellent job of also giving us the details around that and what they in the finance section are doing. Long tenors and affordable rates are really what we need, what we're after. And this is very elusive, particularly in Nigeria, and I guess I can speak for other African countries as well. I think Nigeria is, particularly difficult, and I do know this because of, like I said, we have other subsidiaries of our company, and sometimes we're jealous that they can access, their currencies are, more stable. They can access, finance at, very much lower rates than we can in Nigeria. But, here we are. And then, of course, the big one, enabling government policies and support. That is so key in trying to achieve any form of success at all. And I think that I'm happy to see that data as a basis for policy making was, formed the basis of yesterday's roundtable session on harmonization of housing market data in sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, the channels through which this is done are through our ministries, ministries for planning, ministries for national development. And it's very key. It's a thread that I'm happy has also, everybody that has spoken today has touched on it, the importance of data. We have to understand, we have to dimension what the challenges are before we can profess solutions. If we cannot accurately dimension the challenges, then we're just going to continue doing trial and error all the time. And in Africa, we can't afford to do that. We can't afford to keep doing that. The next slide I have here just gives, my focus is really on Nigeria. So I've got a slide on the Nigerian housing market at a glance. I'm happy to see that, I know Chinua, gave some data there, and I was curious to see whether the data I had and the data he had, there was any congruence at all. So I was a little bit nervous when he said something about that the size of the market was 5.9 trillion, until I hope what he was saying, because I have 10.24 trillion here. But I believe what he was saying was that the residential, the size of the residential market was 5.9 million. Okay, so which is fairly close to the data that I have here, which says that the residential is about 61% of that 10.24, which is about 6 trillion. So not too far from. But this just shows us again that it's extremely important. Data is extremely important, and the analytics of the data. This is what enables us to be able to form policies, enables us to be able to come up with solutions that are relevant to address our actual needs. Okay, so of course, real estate goes not just residential and housing. Of course, we're also talking about hospitality, we're talking about retail, we're talking about commercial, so all that put together is what I would define as being the built environment. Okay, so we go on to a key focus of our discussions and a trend between all of us who are speaking at this symposium, which is the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them. And also, to also more or less out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, sort of focus, because we are in the development of the real estate industry, to bring out the ones that are particularly key to achieving some of these Sustainable Development Goals, and examining these and seeing how we as practitioners can contribute towards the achievement of this. I think to achieve the affordable housing and urban development targets, Policy is, I mean, obviously fundamental key. There has to be clear policy and implementation strategies. Our sister who spoke earlier asked the question, we've dimensioned all these things. We know what the problem is. We've even documented the answers. We have, 2020 goals, 2030 goals, et cetera, but implementation is usually where we fail ourselves. So we need to develop clear implementation strategies, realistic implementation strategies. I think one of the speakers also spoke about the fact that, I've been saying it in my own words, that we have to address even some of these things in bite size. Sometimes the enormity of the data, the enormity of the figures that are facing us are so huge that, it could almost, paralyze us into not even being able to, being so worried about, the enormity of the problems. But I think it's also very important to encourage ourselves and to break these things down into bite sizes so that, we have an adage, I have a personal adage, 1 is better than 0. In trying to attempt to score 10 out of 10, I would rather score 1 first than score 0. So, let's also encourage ourselves and say the important thing is to move forward. We must move forward, even if we break it down into more minute bite sizes. Of course, the adoption of innovative financing models, such as public-private partnerships, PPPs. You can talk about things like crowdfunding, all sorts of social impact bonds. Somebody spoke about the sukuk, the successful sukuk. A lot of these things are, there to manage inflationary pressures and logistical challenges. I'm not going to go into depth in that because I am not, I do not have that, but Chinua has done a very good job of doing that. Of course, as well, we also need to embrace innovative policy by providing funding, tax incentives, and also regulatory support for, for the industry generally, and also for technology companies. Technology should, play a part as we move forward. We know that we're not in Africa. Sometimes we could argue that, when you start talking about technology, you may lose the concentration of some people because they may say, look, I have more basic problems. I have communities here that don't have water. They don't have light, and you're talking to me about technology, but we can't ignore the trends, and we need to be able to apply, that kind of thinking to solve our more basic problems in Africa. Also, we need to develop effective urban renewal strategies to manage displacement. Professor Tybert spoke largely about that, by collaborating with all kinds of humanitarian organizations, community leaders and government agencies to provide shelter, basic services and livelihood opportunities for displaced populations. Key to all this, or the underlying thing is just collaboration, identifying relevant stakeholders and collaborating with relevant stakeholders. And this is essential to address the political, social, and economic factors that affect the industry's performance and delivery. On this slide, I have just more or less, out of the 17 SDGs, identified or brought out 5 of them that speak, I feel, in my opinion, speak directly to the topic that we have today, which is sustainable SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. I think this phrase will be key to some when I speak about what Mixter is trying to do, that is key. Affordable and clean energy, this is important. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. That word infrastructure, just too important, too key. It's not just about building, bricks and mortar, building houses and, edifices like that. What is it that links these edifices? What are the transportation, channels? What, in terms of even human, how do I say now, human experiences? Do we all have access to water, potable water, power, security and things like that? All these are things that make, the identifying it as a sustainable development goal quite key. I know that, from my experience anyway, I live in Lagos, which is, I think one of the, I don't know, it's not an easy place to live in. Just yesterday, it took me 2 hours and 45 minutes to get from my home to my office. I don't think that's normal. And even on the way to the office, just looking out of the window and just seeing and experiencing what people experience. Yeah, I think that Lagos is an example of one of those big urban cities like New York and places in India that I think we all have the same kind of issues, and really focusing and thinking very strategically about these SDGs will surely have a positive impact on the lifestyle of our fellow human beings. Climate action and responsible consumption and production are two other factors here, or two other of the SDGs that I think are also relevant to the topic that we're speaking about today. I'm going to just go, now to sort of hit on the topic itself. I'm just going to, in a very high level manner, just mention two factors that give rise to several other secondary challenges for developers, such as ourselves. The first one is probably on the supply side. The high cost of development of homes resulting from additional developer costs for provision of infrastructure. So again, I think I'm happy to hear that a couple of other people have mentioned this is not a problem that we have, because it's not a problem that we have created. And I'm just glad to know that this is something that has been recognized by others. I think it's necessary. I don't even want to just use the word important. I think it is necessary that the government, steps up and encourages and assists, to play their role in providing infrastructure, whether it is civil infrastructure, which is, a linkage network of roads, primary roads, secondary roads, tertiary roads, so that people can move comfortably from one place to the other. And then also in the provision of the basic amenities of power and water. In our experience, infrastructure, the provision of infrastructure is a very, very big ticket number. And it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to transfer these costs all onto the market, onto your market, whether it is at the affordable level, the mid or the premium level. It is a big, big problem. And I think that if there are solutions around this, it would definitely help. And then on the other side, which is the demand side, the absence of credits for home buyers. So again, we find ourselves, talking almost every week during our management meetings about the fact that home acquisition pathways are just so important, because there's really no point in struggling, and I would say struggle. It's tough getting, producing real estate at whatever level, appropriate, decent real estate so that people can live at whatever level they are in comfortable, well thought through, practical, and communities. But then what do you do if after all that effort, the people for whom you are even developing can't even, don't have adequate access, to finance or credit in order to be able to acquire these properties? So that is the second major factor. Each one of these factors, I don't, just by having them simply put like this, shouldn't belie the complexity of each one of them. And also the fact that each one gives rise to several other secondary challenges for developers. So let's talk a bit about the demand side. So affordability crisis, I've just touched on the fact that high entry bar for people. So again, today it's interesting that we're even discussing, I probably stand here to put forth my opinion that I think that it's a basic need for every human being to have shelter. I think it's the second most important after food. But I'm also of the opinion that, I am of the knowledge that most people would like to own their own. I know that others have spoken about the fact that, look, maybe that is actually a myth, and maybe we should burst that bubble and just agree that not everybody is ever going to be able to own their own real estate. But I think that, as Africans, I think that, everybody, whether from the most humble, location, or the most humble type of home, to the other end of the spectrum. I think that it is something that the average African yearns for, and if we can come up with solutions, not everybody can live in the city. So this now touches on this, the rural-urban migration we've all spoken about. I think Dr. Taibat talked about it as a migration of poverty. Whichever way we want to describe it, there's this basic thing that, the city is where we all need to be. But I say no. I say that, we can have definitely develop suburbs, put more development in the rural areas, and encourage less people to migrate, to the urban centers. And in that way, hopefully try to, enable people to own their own homes. I have some statistics here. I'm not going to bore us all with figures. So I guess we can sort of see the statistics here. On the demand side, the challenges, again, I won't underemphasize this. I will keep emphasizing that it's the access to appropriately priced and long tenor mortgages. I think that remains central to solving the demand side challenges. And I say this confidently because I think in some African countries, actually, my perspective is obviously Nigerian, because this is who I am and this is where I work. But I do know that in some of our sister mixed Africa countries, I do know that the percentage of home ownership in some of these other countries are much, much, much higher than in Nigeria. And why? Because there are government policies, there's social housing, there's true social housing schemes where the government is able to support developers to produce, to make products that are within a certain maximum, and also on the demand side, also enable people who want to key into these schemes. There's also all manner of assistance there as well. So it can be done, but it's just it's an economic reality. We need access to appropriately priced and long tenor mortgages. In the West, brothers and sisters in the West, a mortgage to them is nothing. I guess their economies are, sort of, more well developed, and there's all kinds of checks and balances in place that de-risks, even giving mortgages. But I think that practically speaking, we can't all, just have a big bag of money and then just go and buy a property. It doesn't work like that. So again, for the demand side challenges as well, data is also a thing. We need to improve data collection. Comprehensive data on housing demand and supply affordability and market trends, must be collected. And this, of course, would form the basis of, coming up with these appropriately priced instruments, financial instruments to assist the demand side. Collaboration among stakeholders, pooling resources, sharing data. That's another thing I think that we need to, improve on. I know that quite, lots of us in the industry can be quite selfish with the data that we do have. So I think it's important to just, encourage collaboration. And then financial institutions must offer home loans affordable to most people, but of course, driven by major reforms in government policies. Here is a chart that just shows population growth, urbanization and the housing deficit. Speaking, of course, to Nigeria, on the left side there. And I think basically, my summary here is that we will always have an undersupply challenge and never an oversupply. The gap is just too wide. So therein lies the opportunity, but the opportunities must be actionable. There's no point in an opportunity being recognized and not being actionable. And then of course, on the right side, we can't ignore speaking even about our local and practical implementation of housing and built environment objectives, and ignore our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. I think, I probably speak for, I definitely speak for Nigeria, and I'm sure the same phenomenon in our sister countries in Africa, whereby a lot of us, are migrating out of our countries and, to seek greener pastures. I think Professor Salami said, well, this is a must. I think somebody said, why must this happen? Why can't we just, all stay and build our countries and all that? Professor Salami said, no, it's a must. We have to keep up with the rest of the world. But we also need to also make sure that we, make sure that we have platforms such that after, we return, with more knowledge, et cetera, et cetera. There need to be platforms locally for us to be able to come and practice what we have learned. But there's a huge market there. And I think that we also need to recognize this and address this. On the demand side, the opportunities, there is a technology revolution. I think for people like me who are slightly more old school, my focus really is on, look, I mean, when we talk about prop tech, and things like that, prop tech, property search tools, crowdfunding and all this kind of thing. I always just say, look, you have to have the stock in the first place in order for you to be able to apply all this sort of prop tech kind of, thinking to it. But we can't ignore it. There's a lot of money being raised for African tech startups. And, even African prop tech is taking its place as well. So there is a technology revolution there that would contribute positively towards our demand side opportunities. On the supply side, which I could say arguably is the side that I practice on, being a developer of scale. The problems, like our sister said, we know the problems. There's expensive and tedious regulatory processes. Somebody said he bought a piece of land 2014, and even just to get the title done and all that, he spent almost 50% of the amount he spent on buying the land. There's infrastructure deficits, huge infrastructure deficits. That just makes a nonsense really of the industry. It makes a nonsense of developments. A development without the infrastructure to back it up is just really what it is. It's not comfortable, it's not usable, there's just really no point. So infrastructure, I can't overemphasize that. Limited access to, again, long-term funding, high borrowing rates, double digits. It just, it's a never-ending battle really. The growing need for cost of production is high. Our brother from Senegal also touched on things like even, the fact that quite a lot of our African countries don't have a very solid industrial base. So we continue to rely on importing, even the most basic of building materials from abroad. Structural steel, finishing tiles, sanitary fittings, all sorts of basic things. And then we are of course constrained with the currency and Forex issues, exchange rates issues there. And then of course, to make matters worse, when those countries now have issues, like this Ukraine, the war in Ukraine and all that, that has really made, the accessibility, it just really reminded us all how much we even rely on some of this, we don't think about it, but we really do rely on this supply chain. And it's a big problem for the supply side. It just makes, at the end of the day, high cost of homes. And, this is tied to the factors, I've spoken about, as well as, having to also, for the developers, having to also spend a lot of money on infrastructure. However, there's for every challenge or for every challenge, there's always an upside. There's always an opportunity. So I think, the opportunities have been well, spoken about today. But I'm going to speak about green, green funding. And the SDGs, the climate resilience, and the fact that somebody did mention as well that every year, if we don't address some of this renewable green kind of developments and green objectives, the world for future generations is going to really struggle. So luckily there is funding. Of course, funding is always a huge incentive for everybody. There are organizations, international organizations in particular, that have, funding that promotes, shall I say, green thinking towards development. So with that incentive, it's a good way to force, people who may not necessarily think that it's important. But with this funding incentive, it's going to force developers to apply more green thinking to their developments. I know the afternoon is fast spent. I'm just going to touch on a couple of things that Mixta is doing to bridge the gap. In terms of sustainable communities, we describe ourselves, we are developers of scale. And what we say is that we build communities, that is what we do. It has the greatest impact. It has the greatest impact on our populace. And it is just a way our contribution, the way we are contributing to the industry. We do not deal with bricks and mortar. So we do not just, decide to build single, houses, but we recognize that in order for a community to be sustainable, all those infrastructural things have to come into play. And then even support, other types of support, real estate, things like social, recreational, and areas delineated for, places of worship, commercial areas for, commerce, corner shops and the rest of it, schools, all those kind of things are what we place a premium on, and we bring them to bear on the way we design, we master plan and design our communities. An example, and then of course, side by side onto this, where we can, more and more, we are, applying green thinking to the way that we develop our communities. We try to achieve better energy efficiency in the buildings. There are internationally recognized green building standards. IFC's EDGE, which is an acronym for Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiencies. There's certified principles that guide us, and we do apply this. And an example of what we're doing is a community that we are building currently in the suburbs of Lagos called Marula Park. It's a green development project for affordable housing markets in Lagos. And I would like to thank Shelter Afrique. They are a very special partner on this project. In terms of, I think I've gone, okay. In terms of other things that we're doing, affordable housing is a big focus that we have. It's a big focus that we have. Recognizing the fact that we don't have this, big industrial base, and that the value chain of, building materials, is not very well developed in Nigeria. What we do is that we just still, in developing our low-cost housing, our affordable housing, we search, we have a very active research and design studio in the office. We search for, low-cost building materials. We adopt cost-effective building designs. We try also to leverage technology to reduce construction costs and also to increase efficiency. And then also, the idea also is to key into this green finance construction costs. And all this, apart from the fact that we are in business to be in business, it's also to bring down the prices, to make our products, as close to the market and as affordable as possible, without compromising quality and standards and the communities we develop. There are also some innovative solutions, beyond the construction that we do. Things like we have a scheme called the Duo scheme, which is a rent-to-own scheme, which is where you can key into, one of our affordable, affordable communities, and then, pay rents for certain amounts of time, and then translate to home ownership after that. So these are the ways that we, as developers, are trying to bridge the gap even for the demand side. These are just some innovations that we come up with for the benefits of our customers. We build for the future. Our main thrust Our business model, like I said, is centered on developing self-sustaining communities by providing real estate, not just for residential, but also commercial and industrial activities. I'm just going to conclude by coming up, by just, coming up with 6 points. And these, for us, represent the imperatives to aid the achievement of housing and built environment objectives. Number 1 is improving access to finance for real estate developers and potential homeowners. Number 2 is enhancing infrastructure development, including water supply, power, waste management systems, to ensure just a higher standard of living. There are too many of us who are just living, just in appalling conditions. This is also creating social problems for us. So it's not, I think that it's a big mistake for some of us who are maybe slightly more privileged than others to think, oh, okay, I'm okay. That's a problem for somebody. That's just maybe the way God wants it or something like that. That is creating a very, very, very big danger in terms of, social problems, because there's a lot of pent-up anger, pent-up resentment, and I can assure you that the targets will be, you and I, who, though we are also hustling, trying to strive to earn our own, living and all that, we will be seen as beneficiaries, and we will be the targets. So I think that it's very important that we take it also very seriously, and we try to address in whatever way we can. Implementing effective urban planning and zoning laws to create sustainable and livable communities. So it's very important that we move forward in a structured manner. There must be, policies, there must be urban planning and zoning laws, which I know that there are, but there must be, adherence to these planning and zoning laws. There's no benefits in saying, oh, let me just break the rule and then pay a penalty or something like that. There's a reason why these planning and zoning laws, are in place. And I think that it's important that we're all responsible enough as developers to, observe these. Also, number 4 is incorporating green or environmentally friendly best practices in real estate development to mitigate the effects of the built environment on climate change. I must confess that I'm probably, like I said, I'm a little bit old school. I was, many years ago, I thought all this climate change is not for us. You know what I'm saying? There's not an issue. But more and more, as we're seeing the effects, in terms of flooding, drought, all sorts of things that are happening, I think it's clear that, to ignore it would be at our own peril. And it's happening faster, much faster than I could have imagined. Number 5 is promoting public-private partnerships to achieve affordable housing and urban development targets. We shouldn't always push it onto the public sector, onto government. We have said that there are ways that government must step up to the game. But the private sector is what will ultimately drive this in terms of scale. And in order for us to achieve urban development targets. And last but not the least is utilizing emerging technologies to enhance the efficiency of the industry. So I'm going to end my discussion here. I'd be happy maybe during the Q&A session, if I can, to address any questions that you might have. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the insightful, hands-on, practical presentation. We'll now proceed to a Q&A and comments from the floor. We have some few questions from the online panelists and also kind of aligned to the key issues being discussed here. The first question is to Professor Taibat. The question goes on to kind of inquire what should be the interface in terms of roles and responsibilities between the government, that's the public sector, and the private sector in addressing the challenges posed by IDPs. So I believe this kind of relates to, aspects of displacement, and then how can such displacement be incentivized, or kind of what are the opportunities? And then of course, what's the interlinking roles of the public and private sectors to take advantage of such adversaries in the urbanization space?
Well, IDPs are a class, and many of them are moving to the cities as self-settled migrants. So I believe the issues around IDPs fall within a microcosm of looking at issues around responding to the urban poor. And if we're going to look at how public and private sector may intervene, I think we need to take social housing more seriously. And we also need to take into consideration the contextualized needs of the different categories of the urban poor. So that would be it in just simple terms.
Okay, thank you for the response. The other question, I believe, goes to Mr. Amadou Thiam. It's talking about success factors. You made mention of course, intervention there in Senegal, and then there have been lots of discussion in terms of PPP, collaboration between the public and private sector. The question is relating to what are the success factors? You know, it's easier said than done. PPPs, what needs to be done? What, of course, from your experience, but how can we be able to really hit the ground running in that context in terms of PPPs?
Merci beaucoup. Donc, pour le Sénégal, hein, vraiment, pour peut-être résumer, on peut retenir deux grandes choses. La première chose, c'est la sécurité foncière. Parce que l'ensemble de cette opération dans notre secteur de l'immobilier, les PPP doivent être réalisés sur un foncier sécurisé. Dans la sécurisation, il y a tout ce qu'il faut. Hein. Donc, il y a la sécurisation juridique et il y a la sécurisation physique. Donc, le premier point, c'est travailler sur des fonciers sécurisés dans des zones planifiées. Le deuxième point maintenant, c'est tout ce qui aura trait à la facilitation de l'achat du produit ou bien de la location du produit. Donc, en face, l'État devra mettre en place des systèmes pour permettre aux acquéreurs de pouvoir acheter très rapidement et dans des conditions, on va dire, discutées d'un commun accord avec le privé. Donc, vraiment, de ce qu'on a vu, c'est les deux conditions de succès pour pouvoir arriver à un PPP dans notre secteur.
Thank you. Before we hand over to the floor for questions and comments, the other question from the online panelists is to Mrs. Chuna Azibiki. Talking about housing delivery, kind of, you know, large-scale housing delivery in terms of the financial sector. Of course, the question is relating to what needs to be done in terms of bulk and link infrastructure. It's not only having the units being developed, being delivered, but of course, there has to be the supporting infrastructure that will make these units to be livable. We're talking about, I believe SDG 11 is talking about units. It has to be decent. So that has been a challenge. So from experience, financing perspective, what needs to be done to, you know, explore and catalyze opportunities in terms of bulk and link infrastructure to support the large-scale housing delivery?
Thank you. So our experience has been largely, I think that's why in my presentation, I proposed that a differentiated approach should be taken to looking at large-scale housing, sort of master plan communities, where you find that traditionally what happens is that the developer tend to fund these infrastructure on their balance sheet. So under the PPP, it's more like the government just hands over the land as the equity contribution, and the developer has to build the road network and all of the other related infrastructure that makes the housing itself livable. And what I'm suggesting is that if we rethink that model where the that risk can be borne partly by the state or the government, where they actually finance that infrastructure with a bond or a financial instrument, whilst it reduces the burden on the developer. So, and it's possible, largely because we have been able to support infrastructure for special industrial parks for 20-year financing in local currency. So it's just switching the credit risk to that of the subnational. So we could split that infrastructure, finance it off the balance sheet, and reduce the cost of the housing stock. That ultimately helps affordability and accessibility, and more importantly, you know, just the whole viability of the housing in itself.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, but probably just a question from the floor before we round up. Yeah, we're already short of time. It's already 3 p.m. Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also thank all the presenters for their well-articulated presentations. I have a very, very, very simple question, and it goes directly to the first presenter, Madam the Professor. I've just picked up something that I'm interested in. In your slides, you mentioned about city for profit and city for people. I want to understand that one. Maybe to contextualize it properly. And I want to know what type of activities are in the city of people. And maybe in Nigeria, because you are talking about, you are referring to Nigeria. Which one is a city of people in Nigeria? And maybe what advice can you give us? Because we are here to learn. Which one should we focus more on? Is it the one of profit, or is it a city of people? So that's my simple question. I shall submit. Thank you.
Okay, so it was Jane Jacobs, an urbanist, a housewife, a homemaker in the 1960s, who said of cities that people make cities, and it is to them we must fit our plans. The tensions between cities for profit and cities for people are totally dependent on the underlying reasons why we make urban decisions, why we make urban policy decisions. Are we making these decisions because of market forces to promote the economic benefits, which is valid, but without thinking about the human consequences? So the tensions between a city for profit and a city for people lies wholly in the hands of the decision makers, the policy makers, the city leaders. What are and I think it is a call to approach leadership with a conscience, with an understanding that you carry the aspirations and the plans of your constituents. And when you're making the decisions, you must take into consideration how those decisions will impact the lives of those that you are called to lead. So a city for people is not necessarily a city that will not bring economic benefits. And I think it's the responsibilities of our leaders to ensure that when they make those decisions, they ensure that our dreams, our hopes, our aspirations can be achieved within the decisions they make. And I know for a fact that people make cities. Cities are places of innovation and enterprise. And cities are also places where there is a market. And so if you make a decision based on the needs of the people, and people are able to prosper and get economic power, they will be able to buy the products. And that ultimately leads to profit. I hope that's fine.
Well, thank you, Professor. Okay, the microphone.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor, but I want to emphasize the point my colleague was talking about. Once again, I'm Princess, Minister of State for Housing from Uganda. When you're talking about the city for the people, and then you talked about the smart cities, and you're like the planning, those who are in leadership, that meaning that maybe those who hold political power, like me, myself, I was wondering, first of all, you are the first professor, the technical person to talk in context of politics as a politician, not purely technical, as they normally do. But when you say that this city must be for the people, reserve what you're calling, talking about smart cities, I'm wondering, and you're not so much basing on the economic benefits, though you are saying it can come. Yesterday, we were discussing about how can the rural areas be made better to slow down the rate of the rural urban migration. In my country, for example, if you went there and emphasized the city for the people, already we have so many unproductive population in the cities, and they want government to plan for them. They want easy life. They don't want to dig. They want to wake up and take tea and eat, and then they take a booze, of which money they don't have. What is the essence of having people in the city who are not productive? They need services. They increase the burden of government, in terms of power, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of, so if we don't really focus so much on the economic basis of this urban development, as you noticed from your in the beginning in your submission that the urbanization growth is so high, but unplanned in terms of settlement and in terms of economic activities. I was telling my people, my protocol, my moving here with, that I always watch some Nigerian movies and people are running away from the village and they say, I want to go to Abuja. I want to go to Abuja. In Abuja, he doesn't have anybody he's going to, nothing is going to do, but he wants to come. Even in Lagos, where you come from, I'm tired of Lagos. He's confused. I want to go to Abuja. They want smart places without adding value. So for me, I think that's one of the problems of Africa. They think they can stay anywhere and catered for, and they are fed, and they are, they are well looked after. They access healthy facilities. They make a noise. They say there are no drugs in the hospitals, but when you ask them in terms of tangible, productivity, what they themselves are doing to add economic value, it's not there. So I think this song of the city for the people will even cause us more problems. Yes, the people are there, but how productive are they in terms of, economic? How are they economically productive so that they are fit to stay where they are? Because they are the ones who these cities. And that's why those people can say smart cities, because you cannot have a population which is very less productive. They want services. They are there in the urban areas. And then we keep protecting them. For us in Kampala, that's the problem. We have the politicians come. This is a city for the people. So it's like a crowd of cows. Everybody should come, should be there. So I think, Professor, you help us to clarify that. When you say the city for the people, what do you mean exactly? Because these people must be people of a certain caliber, in terms of productivity. Thank you.
All right. I think the first thing is that we don't look at enhancing rural development to reduce rural-urban migration. People will continue to move to cities. We should look to enhancing economic development or rural development as a pathway for sustainable cities and communities. After all, rural areas are also human settlements. And the issues around people without jobs in cities is a question for the leadership of the city to tackle. Why are there no jobs? Why is there unemployment or underemployment? So I think I will return the question to you, Madam Minister, to think about the work that is required to provide jobs, to provide opportunities for those who are coming into the city. Thank you.
Okay. Before we have a brief rapporteur before I call upon the Shelter Afrique MD to provide the closing remark. Yes, there's a call upon rapporteur, please, to give us a brief report of the sessions. Yes, rapporteur, please, 1 to 2 minutes before the.
Closing. It's about closing.
We'll have the rapporteur to provide. Yes, just 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Let the conversation continue, the questions, the comments. I believe that's what makes the symposium lively and engaging. Please, any questions can be forwarded to shelterafriquecoe.org or shelterafriqueinfo email so that we can forward to the panelists to answer those questions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to stand on existing protocol and present a summary of the day's proceedings of this annual symposium. The symposium is themed Political Economy in the Built Environment, and the meeting started early in the morning with opening remarks from the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, who gave remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, His Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN. In his remarks, he noted that the housing market dynamics in Africa cannot be understood without a comprehensive grasp of the political economy of the housing sector. He highlighted the role of housing in the achievement of SDGs, including SDG 8, 9, 10, 12, 16, and 17, while indirectly supporting SDGs 2 and 4, and being an integral part of 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11, and 13. He further emphasized the great opportunities that the federal government of Nigeria has availed for investors in the country within the housing sector, before closing his remarks, reiterating the sentiments from yesterday's roundtable session regarding the need for accurate and reliable data. After the opening remarks, we had the keynote address by Professor Doyin Salami, whose theme was the built environment and the 2030 SDGs and Agenda 2063, the role of the multi-sectoral stakeholders in the industry. The conversation was quite engaging, providing a lot of insights, but it started by cautioning us against looking at housing from an urbanization perspective only, while looking at rural economies from food and security and labor perspective. He proposed a model where the government plays a role in regulating and policy making to ensure that housing is delivered, and further highlighted the need for data for ease of policy making, noting that most of the data available are just estimates. He noted that rapid urbanization is a reality and we need to plan around it. And in the absence of data, there's been creation and development of informal settlements due to inability to plan well. Professor Salami further highlighted that there's limited fiscal capacity by governments in Africa, and noted that the fiscal context in governments in Africa is actually worsening. He noted that up to $19 trillion at the moment are invested in negative yielding assets, and emphasized the need for greening of the housing economy. He further asked us to consider adopting alternative business technologies in view of the limited resources available to governments. The conversations further progressed to defining a model for housing, asking us to reflect on the question, how do we view housing? Should it be enabling ownership or eradicating homelessness? To answer this question, the professor noted that housing costs is up to 55 times the average income, which in itself rules out a large number of potential homeowners, and opined that at the bottom of the pyramid, we should therefore consider a rent-to-own model, while at the very, very bottom, we should create a purely rental program. The professor also called us to reflect on 3 key questions. How can we provide housing as a utility and not as a means of ownership? Differently put, how do we balance the utility versus ownership challenge? Again, he noted that at the heart of the deliberation of this question is, do we view housing as a utility or an asset? And he progressed to create, to provide a perspective that for us to have adequate housing development, we need to attract private capital. And that private capital will be anchored on proper land titling, proper land reforms and planning, and proper laws that should be amended to ease foreclosure. After the presentation by the professor, of course, we proceeded to a number of question and answers that related to inflation, interest rates, and how some of these parameters then impact the delivery of housing in Africa. And these questions were adequately responded to by Professor Salami. After that, we moved on to the second session of the symposium, where we've had panel discussion with these distinguished speakers behind me. And the discussion started with a presentation by Professor Taibat Lawanson, whose topic was on realizing the potential of urbanization in Nigeria amidst the realities of socio-economic adversaries in Nigeria. She noted that urban development in Nigeria, population has grown tremendously, and the upcoming census will give a better perspective of the numbers that live in the urban centers. She also noted that COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated that those who were hard hit actually lived in urban areas. And regrettably, migration from rural urban migration is actually poverty migration. She highlighted the aspect of urban development in Nigeria, touching on population growth, urbanization of poverty, and urban infrastructure development. She further noted that urbanization has led to unintended impacts, including socioeconomic inequalities, slums and informal settlements, informal livelihoods, youth unemployment, precarious urban access, food security, epidemics, among others. Professor Lawanson further took a historical perspective of how urbanization in Nigeria has evolved from pre-colonial Nigeria to date. She envisioned the urban future, highlighting the risks national prioritization of economic development to the exclusion of spatial and social planning present. In her submissions, she noted that the Nigerian urban futures are being envisioned along business as usual and she rooted for the smart city dimension in urban planning. Now, to bridge the gap between business as usual and smart city dimension, Professor Lawanson highlighted the need for working towards the Sustainable Development Goals, as this is the most inclusive ever roadmap for change, with a commitment to leave no one behind, particularly as envisaged under SDG 11, which is to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. In thinking about a better urban future for Nigeria, we need to think about data, empower those who are being left behind or who are at the risk of being left behind by providing targeted interventions, and finally to enact inclusive, far-sighted, and progressive SDGs policy through proper governance. In closing, she noted that we need to see urbanization as an opportunity, and we need to adopt a human-centered approach to urban economic development. Professor's presentation was followed by Chinua, who presented on a diagnostic review of the infrastructure, housing, and built environment in Nigeria, successes achieved, challenges, and the way forward. He started by introducing InfraCredit and its mandate, noting it as a specialized financial guarantor established in 2017 by the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority in collaboration with Garantco. He further dimensioned the macroeconomic environment in Nigeria, emphasizing on the evolution of demographic trends, that is population growth, urbanization, and also gave a future outlook. He also gave an assessment of the GDP growth, inflation, interest rate, among other macroeconomic indicators. After laying the groundwork, the speaker delved into the core of the presentation, addressing six key areas. What's the current state of Nigeria infrastructure and housing industry? What's the current and future demand for housing in Nigeria? What are the drivers of housing in Nigeria, housing development in Nigeria? What are the existing financing opportunities for infrastructure and housing finance in Nigeria? What are the challenges impacting the provision of housing in Nigeria? What are the key initiatives that have been implemented in the sector? And finally, what are the successes that have been recorded in the housing sector? The speaker noted that the Nigerian infrastructure market requires long-term capital that can be allocated into bankable infrastructure assets in a sustainable manner, with an annual funding required to bridge the infrastructure gap standing at approximately $100 billion US. In terms of the current state of the Nigerian housing and infrastructure industry, the speaker noted that Nigeria's real estate market was estimated to be worth about 5.9 trillion naira in 2020, and it is expected to expand by about 60% to reach 7.2 trillion naira by 2024. Regarding the current state of the Nigerian housing industry, Nigeria possesses some fundamentals for a vibrant real estate market, such as a high average housing number, increasing urban population, and a young working population. Regarding the current and future demand for housing in Nigeria, The Speaker noted a national housing deficit estimated at about 25 to 28 million units currently existing, with most of it being the urban population living in slums. On the key drivers of housing development in Nigeria, the Speaker highlighted 4 of them, including population, government policy, private sector investment, and finally, access to finance. The Speaker identified primary mortgage institutions, real estate investment trusts, specialized financial MRC, and development finance institutions as the 4 major sources of housing infrastructure financing in Nigeria. The Speaker further itemized his considered views of what the challenges inhibiting supply and availability of houses in Nigeria, thus hampering growth and development, to include 1, availability and cost of building materials, 2, tedious land administration, 3, poor monitoring framework, 4, financing challenges, 5, limitations of government regulations, 6, poor infrastructure and housing, 7, lack of clear data on the housing sector, 8, an unstructured and fragmented market, and finally 9, existence of debt capital. Regarding the key initiatives that have been implemented in the sector, the Speaker noted 4, among them including 1, changes in the pension regulation to allow for retirement saving account scheme for payment of equity contribution for residential mortgages. Number 2, creation of NMRC. Number 3, creation of Family Homes Fund. And finally, existence of the National Housing Fund, which is anchored by the FMBN. The Speaker highlighted the successes that have been recorded in the housing sector, including improved access to financing, with a special mention of the bond issuance by Shelter Afrique, initiatives towards housing affordability, provision of green building, job creation across the sector, but also noted that despite the successes, the Speaker concluded by noting that we need to do more around areas of access to finance, land administration, PPP, real estate market, and addressing debt capital. Moving on to the third and that presentation, the theme was about the Senegalese government initiative to deliver 100,000 housing units. And to contextualize his presentation, Amadou Thiam highlighted the macroeconomic environment in Senegal, including the government's vision since 2012. He highlighted the 3 key challenges in the sector, including land titling, land development, that is the absence of public developers since between 1988 and 2003, and as well as production. The Speaker gave us various achievements achieved in those 3 areas on land titling, land development, and production, and highlighted the opportunities that do exist in those 3 areas. Moving on to the final presentation by the Executive Director at Mixta Africa. Her theme was practical implementation of the housing and built environment, objectives, opportunities, and challenges from a developer's perspective. She started by introducing Mixta Africa and its operation across various African markets, noted that while she was representing supply side of housing, she would also be speaking to us regarding demand, noted the multiple market drivers for real estate and construction, including urbanization and policy growth, enabling government policy and support, and the importance of data. The Speaker took us through the Nigerian housing market at a glance, including the market size and the split between various segments. On the political, social, and economic strategies, the Speaker noted that to achieve affordable housing and urban development targets, practical policy and financing strategies need to be adopted in the built environment, including development of clear policies, adopting innovative financing models such as PPP, crowdfunding, etc., as well as embracing emerging technologies. Like other speakers before her, the speaker articulately demonstrated the nexus between housing and the SDGs, particularly highlighting SDG 11, 7, 9, 13, and 12. She then drilled down on the main challenges for developers, highlighting two factors that give rise to several other secondary challenges. And these two are the high cost of development due to lack of infrastructure, and number two, absence of credit for home buyers. She took us through the various challenges on the demand side and the opportunities accruing there too, and went ahead and gave us the challenges existing in the supply side, as well as the opportunities that do accrue within that sector. In closing, she concluded by noting the 6 imperatives necessary to aid the achievement of housing and built environment objectives, including improving access to finance, enhancing infrastructure development, implementing effective urban planning and zoning laws, incorporating green and environmentally friendly best practices in real estate development, promoting PPPs, utilizing emerging technologies to enhance the efficiency of the industry. And the session has ended with a question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rapporteur. Before I hand over to the Shelter Afrique MD, just a notification that the presentations will be uploaded at Shelter Afrique website shortly. And so at this juncture, I would like to hand over to Shelter Afrique Managing Director to deliver the vote of thanks and the closing remarks.
Okay, good afternoon. I know I am the person between all of you and maybe your next engagement or rest, right, for the rest of the day. But I'm not making any speeches here. I had a speech, but I'm not reading anything. I just wanted to really acknowledge all the contributions today. This is what we're talking about, right? This is really a concrete way to put boots on the ground and do more execution. All the partners we have here on this panel and the great openings we had this morning are all inspirational. So going from policy to investment in infrastructure with my friend Chinua here and Amadou Cham, whom I've worked very closely with in Senegal to actually design this Senegal 100,000 unit program in my past life, just before January, before coming to Shelter. So this is a very interesting program that we'd like to get into more details. And technically, it's a kind of like a pilot integrated program. We'd love to discuss more with many of your countries. And definitely Mixta, which is one of our greatest partners here as a developer, with whom we are deploying the local currency bond issuance that we've done in Nigeria. And would like to do more of this across the continent, because housing is a local currency play, right? Taking foreign currency risk is very risky for our market, especially given the macro environments that we're talking about. So Chinua talked about really, things that we all agree upon in our strategy going forward. Our new 5-year strategy definitely takes basic infrastructure, bulk infrastructure, sites and services very seriously, because without that, it's impossible to make housing affordable. So definitely Chinua knows we've been in discussions on some of these things, but in our strategy, we have the fund management group, as I was presenting yesterday, that has dedicated thematic areas. And one of them is definitely this infrastructure financing. I know Chinua, you probably were not here yesterday, but it's almost like we spoke, but we definitely took into account that point in our strategy going forward. And then obviously, among those thematic areas, we also have green gender, the ethical funding, migrant and refugee financing, and diaspora fund management in the thematic fund teams. And industrialization, you know, Amadou spoke about that, how we could definitely industrialize the sector using local materials and developing regional integration, right, between the countries. And I think there's a great opportunity to leverage the African free trade area, continental free trade area, to really develop different industries in different countries and cross trade, right? Each country with its own strength. He spoke about the example of wood in Cameroon, Gabon, that could be used in Senegal, iron, even in my own country, where we have one of the largest reserves of iron ore in Guinea. We have a lot of mining going on there. Maybe we can develop an industry for the iron industry, right, which can serve the rest of the continent. So I think there are really opportunities to develop industries and regional integration. Housing is a source of regional integration. The one thing that Shelter Afrique will push on, definitely. And then mortgages with developers, it's amazing to hear from Chinua that most mortgages are actually held by developers instead of banks. Isn't that interesting, right? So we have to think outside of the box. It's not banks or financial institutions that are actually issuing those mortgages. It's developers doing it, and they're not calling it mortgages, okay? They're financing the sector. They're providing pre-financing to the buyers and sitting on those liabilities or, you know, or assets, and they need to monetize this, right? And definitely thinking about securitization, like my friend Chino has talked about. This is one thing Shelter Afrique will push. I came from from Asia. I used to cover all of Asia and Pacific for the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank Group. And this is exactly what a country like Philippines is doing. And that was my last project before I left in December. In the Philippines, most financing in the sector is done by developers as well. But what we've been working on is find the securitization mechanisms, right, of those loans or sort of pre-financing that developers are providing to home buyers and sort of free that capital so that developers can go and replicate and keep financing the sector. So securitization of financing from developers really key. And another point is really to say that the way we're going to engage with countries, I spoke about this yesterday, is the viral model to make housing viral through developing of a vision, policy, institutions, regulations, and working with the different actors in the countries and local initiatives through PPPs. So that viral model is exactly what actually the Senegal project is about, the Senegal integrated approach. So let's really see how we can replicate this in many of your countries, and we'd be happy to start this engagement. And as we said, we would be doing deep dives in each of your countries, right, to understand specifically what are the issues for that particular country, and then with that viral framework, come up with an implementation plan and come up with a program similar to the one that Senegal has developed with the World Bank Group, the 100,000 units, $100 million. And what's interesting is the way they've been funding the social housing fund in Senegal is through that special tax, right? It's not a lot of money. It's like $1 or $2 on each bag of cement, for instance, right? Or any other entrance in the housing value chain, construction materials. So little tax, it's not a lot of money, but given the population, I mean, the size of Nigeria, for instance, you'll be talking about billions and billions of dollars. In the case of Senegal, he mentioned, and I think apologies for the translation because I was trying to test the translation. I was listening in English when he was speaking in French. He said 50 billion CFA, not 5 billion. 50 billion CFA is the amount that they're able to generate thanks to the little tax they're charging on the cement, on the bag of cement, right? 50 billion CFA is about $100 million. And $100 million is the size of the program of the World Bank funding, right? So the country can actually auto-generate that same amount. So at the end of the day, you could actually be independent and not depend on DFI financing and fund your own program. So That's only taxing the bag of cement. Imagine all these other construction materials. You know, again, it's not a lot of money, just $1, $2 on top of the cost of that particular material. So the whole point is to say that it's possible to generate local currency funding for our housing programs through capital markets, like Shelter Afrique has done in Nigeria, issuing the bonds, 46 billion. This is just one tranche of the 3-year program. We have a plan to issue 200 billion nairas in Nigeria. We only did 46 last year. So we're going to continue doing it almost every year to reach 200 billion. So we have approval from the Securities and Exchange Commissions of Nigeria to issue 200 billion nairas in an MTN program, which is about $500 million. So imagine we replicate this in the different countries. I know we're in discussions with Kenya already to do exactly the same thing, local currency issuance that would finance the housing market in that particular country, and having programs like this tax initiatives like in Senegal can also fund national programs. So it is possible. Let's just bring our brain together to execute this. Again, thank you very much. I think this has been a very productive day, and looking forward to move forward and execute on the strategy that we've been laying down. And tomorrow we'll go over this a little bit again during the AGM, which is the actual, the core and the main reason why we are here, is to really, present to our shareholders where we are and where we're going, where we've been last year as well, and then conclude from there. Looking forward to have a chat offline with everybody. And thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. To say lunch will be served. For the delegates, it will be at the upper foyer. Then for the ministers and members of board, it will be at the ministerial lounge. And to remind us all that the AGM starts at 9 a.m. prompt tomorrow. Thank you all and have a good day.